Good morning. This is just a test for the recording. We are online and with YouTube and so on. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. I believe we could maybe slowly start the official registration so that we know who is there to represent which party, and we have recorded that to the wiki. So maybe I would ask you, Bastian, for cooperation, and we would start checking each of the delegates one by one. Hope you are here, Bastian.
Yes, I'm here, but I have an idea what cooperation fought for.
Oh, yeah, I guess we should have recorded who is here on behalf of which party and whether there is, let's say, official nomination or delegation from that respective party. Yes. And we will maybe have to start already taking of the minutes. Which means, are there any volunteers who announced willingness to take the minutes?
Good morning. I'm Penelope Petropoulou and I represent PBGR.
Super, thank you. So we'll probably need to record it
Good morning,
somewhere.
Penelope. We confirm we hear you well. Good morning, European pirates. This is also just a test for me. Let's see if you hear.
Okay, link for the path for taking of the minutes was made available in the both Jitsi chat and the Mattermost.
So I put the members and the voting rights into the pad, so you can easily count it together.
Absolutely. As soon as we have Dario here, it would be great should we be able to distribute. Dario is here already. The tokens for the voting. Would it be possible?
Sure. Please, if you can contact me in private at Mattermost or here at Jitsi, I will check against the list of delegates to confirm that you are a delegate and give you a token.
Yes, we did hurt you. So whoever wants to get registered, please first of all report yourself here in the chat. Here in the Jitsi, that you are here and which party do you represent, and then please contact. As it is recorded, then please contact Dario on Mattermost, if I'm not mistaken, where his nick there is Dario simply, and ask him for the token for the voting tool. And please, Dario, if you could provide the link for voting application here to the chat, respectively to the minutes, respectively to the Mattermost, it would be great.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, nice. Thank you. I don't know what happened before. Okay, so contact me, ping me at Mattermost or here as a private message, also in Jitsi. I don't mind, and I will provide you the tokens as fast as I can.
Okay, since no one is talking, I will just jump in for the note takers. I am the official delegate for the Czech Pirate Party. So if you can just please note that in the Etherpad. I know that we have more people present, but I will be holding the token and voting. Thank you.
So I would probably start reading the parties as they are on the list. So I would ask, is there anyone from Pirate Party of Austria? Seems not yet to be the case. I see some people reported who are registered for Pirate Party of Czechia. So no problem. I see. Is there anyone from Pirate Party of Estonia? Seems not yet to be the case. Is there anyone from Pirate Party of Finland? Not yet the case. I see Etienne and Cedric who are registered for Pirate Party of France. I see Gregory and Alexander registered for Pirate Party of Germany. I see Thanasis and Penelope registered for Pirate Party of Greece. Then I have a question. Is there anyone from Pirate Party of Iceland to represent Pirate Party of Iceland? It's not yet the case. Is there anyone representing Pirate Party of Italy? Seems not yet to be the case. Is there anyone representing Pirate Party of Luxembourg? Not yet the case. Anyone representing Pirate Party of the Netherlands? It's not yet the case. Anyone representing Pirate Party of Norway? Seems not yet the case. Pirate Party of Poland? Not yet present. Pirate Party of Catalonia? I guess it'll be either Ontario or Exile, but
Yeah, the delegate for Pirate Party of Catalonia is Exile. Today I'm only a technician.
okay, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for your support anyway. So, Pirate Party of Spain. Yes, for the record, I guess we can acknowledge that Exile is in fact Oliver Herzig.
No, for Spain, the Confederation Party, it won't be present this time. So we are not representing the Spain.
Yes. So we are not present in Spain, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
That means that the party was dissolved?
Yeah. Not officially, but it's probably it will be dissolved very soon.
That's very unfortunate, and we should have a discussion on that issue. I mean, like, either we will have to acknowledge the fact and delete the respective record, or we will need to put some effort into reestablishing it. Never mind, doesn't make sense here and now. My question would be: is there anyone for Pirate Party of Sweden? See some people. Is Matti or Map?
I don't know if Matt is here, but he's the official delegate. I'm just listening in.
Okay. I guess probably some people are still having breakfast, so it's kind of like natural. They are not answering, but then I would expect that Matti Brandt is the delegate for Pirate Party of Sweden. Is there anyone for Pirate Party of Switzerland? Not yet. Pirate Party of Slovenia. Not yet anyone for Pirate Party of Slovenia. So Pirate Party of Slovakia. Not yet available. And Young Pirates for Europe's of Europe, sorry. Also not yet available. And for the MEPs, I guess there should be Nikki Rees. Yes, is here. And I'm not really allowed to be a delegate as I am currently board member. So still we have some time according to schedule to actually get registered. And if you have the contacts for other members of the council who could maybe come, please notify them that we should have a meeting, and I would maybe wait a couple more minutes to for them to join us and also to receive the tokens. And thanks both Dario and Raman for helping with the organization and all the others who are helping currently. Not that official sharing, so probably can talk, Veronica.
Okay. Have you messaged Sam? Did he agree to be the delegate for the MPs at the end? For the MEPs?
Yes, he did agree, but we are still waiting for, let's say, parallel vote of the MEPs to actually confirm that. So it's not yet confirmed officially.
Okay, cool.
I hope it will be for today because Nick is here for today, but not available for tomorrow.
Cool. I messaged Matej so that he kind of hurries up and joins in for the youngers.
Nicholas, may I?
Yes, please do.
Yasmin from Slovenian Pirate Party wrote me, I will join the link in 1 hour. Can do it before, sadly. I just sent him a Jitsi link.
Okay, wonderful. So I guess we can confirm the information that Yasmin Feratovic would be representative of Pirate Party of Slovenia. And as he is made available, we need to provide him with a token. We should theoretically start. Would maybe wait a little bit more. I mean, like 5 or 10 minutes, so that we give the opportunity to people who not yet came to join us, because we still have a lot of member parties not available. Yes, there is a question in the chat that whether we should start looking for a chair, and that's a very good idea. I mean, I can volunteer in that role, but of course, should you entrust me, I would definitely not be able to do it alone. Reflex from French pirates offered to volunteer in this role, so that would be another one. But I guess still, even 2 chairs would be a little bit too few to run the meeting. So the question is whether there would be someone else to alternate in this role who wants to do that. Yes, same issue as me, Etienne. I mean, like, we both will probably have to speak.
Okay, from my side, I just distributed 6 tokens to the 6 present delegates that contacted me through Jitsi or Mattermost. Those are Pirate Party of Catalonia, France, the Pirate delegation in Brussels, Czechia, Sweden, and Greece. If I missed somebody, please contact me again. And well, and I also set the right voting power to each of these tokens, so everything is right at the moment.
Just to be read out from the minutes, Alessandro Ciofini was acknowledged as delegate for Pirate Party of Italy.
No, Mikolash, for the sake of to be clear, I'm not here as an international delegate for Pirate Party of Italy. I'm here as a board member.
Okay, so that was probably a mistake in the minute taking. So please verify for the nominations of all the delegates.
Thank you.
But we can still take your offer to help with sharing into as granted, yeah.
Yes, if needed, yes, I can chair the meeting in the afternoon.
Maybe it would be useful, Alessandro, should you be actually able to start with the chairing, because I will probably have to give some words in the report from the board, and also Etienne is probably supposed to present some motion from ordinary members. So
You mean starting chairing right now or in the afternoon?
I guess either you or Etienne have to start this morning session, because I will be probably reporting from the board, so I can't chair it when I'm talking.
I can share this morning, and like this, Alessandro can share this afternoon, as I have to present some motion. Maybe it's simpler in this order.
Then it's agreed.
Sure thing. Thank you, Etienne.
May I ask the minute takers to actually write down their names so that it is recorded in the minutes? Just to be sure, as I got request, I sent once again an invitation to the Mattermost team of PPEU so that you can invite your colleagues should you be willing to do so. I mean, like you can generate a link, but just repeating that. To your question, Dario, a pirate part of Slovenia is not yet present. If I understand it correctly, it will be represented by Jasmin Feratovic, who would join in some 3/4 of hours, roughly, something like that. And then he should ask you for the token. Okay, so as we are 10 minutes after the official scheduled start of the meeting, I would like to officially welcome you. Good morning, everybody, and Happy New Year. And welcome to the Council meeting of the European Pirate Party, the 9th Council meeting of the European Pirate Party that is taking this year online. My name is Mikuláš Peksa, and I'm currently serving chairperson of the European Pirate Party. As a first point on the agenda, we need to clarify who will be the chairs of this meeting. So, as pre-agreed, I would like to suggest to you that me, Etienne from Pirate Party of France, Etienne Evelyn, to be precise, and Alessandro Ciofini from Pirate Party of Italy would alternate in this role. Is there anyone who would object that idea? Good. It seems not to be the case, so we will take the role responsibly as much as possible. And now I would like to verify with you. You have all been provided with the pad for the minutes that has been made available in both Mattermost and Jitsi chat. The minutes are being currently taken by Tomáš Hosman and Roman Oja from Pirate Party of Czechia. Is there anyone who would be helping us to do the minutes, or who would be willing to volunteer to help us with taking the minutes? Anyone else who should be recorded as minute taker?
I can also help.
I haven't heard your name, but please could you write your name on the line 6 in the respective pad? So that's Petr Kocurek from Czech Pirate Party. Okay, so for we have 3 volunteers. Should anyone be willing to join, please provide us the information, because taking minutes is very demanding job. I would like to ask, is there anyone who would object this list of minute takers? Seems not to be the case. For your information, the meeting is being streamed on both YouTube and Pirates on Air stream. The stream is being provided by Sebastian Krone. I would like to ask you, should it be possible to provide the links for the streams to the minutes and record the fact that it was recorded by Bastian? And last but not least, we will be probably voting during this meeting. So for use to use as a voting machine, we would like to use the Assemblea provided by Catalonian Pirates, as we did in our last council meeting. The person responsible for scrutiny of the vote or counting of the votes and supervising the system will be Dario Castagna from Catalonian Pirates. Is there anyone who would object this procedure and the scrutinizer? It seems not to be the case. So that's the state of play. Should you be willing to get the respective voting token, please contact Dario via direct message on the Mattermost. So going further in the process, we should have checked the payments for membership fees. Unfortunately, there are still some pirate parties who have not yet paid the respective fees. So my question would be whether the Assembly would confirm such a procedure that we would allow to vote even the parties who have not yet paid the respective payments. I guess this is probably to be voted on as a first procedural part of the agenda. Maybe if I may ask you, Bastian, to actually provide the template for such a motion we did in the last years that was correct.
Yes, I can look in the minutes of the last council meeting, no problem. Give me a second.
Yes. So in few seconds we will be providing you with the respective motion, and that will be also the very first opportunity to test your capacity to vote on the issue. Meanwhile, I see Gabor Vago from Hungarian Two-Tailed Dog party, if I'm not mistaken, who applied for observer membership and was nominated as a representative by his party to the PPEU. So I guess it would be great should he be recorded as a delegate for that respective, or sorry, as a representative for that respective party. And I see Dalibor Marinovic, if I'm not mistaken, who is, if I'm not mistaken, chairperson of the Pirate Party of Serbia, who also applied for observer membership. So I guess those two people shall be represented as officially so far guests for the meeting.
So you have the question in line 129. What's going?
129. What's going? Yes. Thank you so much. Here we have the motion as it was, or a similar motion as it was proposed the last year, where we solved this very similar situation. So we are voting on a procedural motion, which each of you can read on line 129 in the minutes. I will read it out. The board proposes suspending 2021 payment of membership fees until the second council meeting of 2022. All members that made payments for 2021 membership have voting rights during this council meeting on January 22 and 23rd of 2022, because we should have this council meeting according to proposed minutes. So let's do the exercise. Dario, could you maybe want us through the vote on that motion?
Yes, allow me to set up the question. If it's possible to write the question down on the pad, if it's not already done, okay, it's good enough for me. Allow me just a second. Okay, I see that Jasmine is online too, so we can start. Just a moment. Okay. Let's create the first question. Allow me to check only a quick thing about what we did in our previous council meeting. So everything it works the same way.
And it's no problem. Worst case scenario, we can always do the pineapple pizza vote.
Yeah, no, don't worry. It's not an issue of functionality. It's just I want to make sure that the questions are formulated in the same way. So, okay, we had another question like this one in the previous council meeting. Okay. The options will be yes, the usual no, and abstain. Abstain, not abstain. Okay. So everything is set up. I only need to open the consultation and open the first question. Please proceed. if you just refresh the page, if you already log in, it will work for you. It will refresh and show you the question. If it doesn't appear immediately, just refresh 1-2 times more. It's a little bug that is in the system. And also, I'm registering the delegate from Young Pirates. So just allow me a second. You can vote, it's not an issue. I can add more tokens as requested. Here. We're waiting for the votes, the final votes. We have 9 tokens. Sorry.
Sorry, there is a question how the outcome of the vote would be presented. I mean, like if there would be.
Unfortunately, I didn't. Well, I know it's kind of lame that I'm telling you this now, but I'm going to need to screen to share my screen every time. Okay, this is what we did the last time. We like more than a half and a year ago, but that's what we have now. Okay, let me see. Okay. I think there should be all the votes emitted. Just allow me to check. Okay, we have 5 votes from 9 delegates. Now we have 6. We are missing in Slovenia, MIPS, and Young Pirates. Let me check if somebody had problems. Two votes left. Okay, we have an error. No more questions to see now. It seems that we had an issue with the token of the young pirates. The question has no more. Okay, let me check.
I didn't know if you are waiting for me because I have voted, but it shows like error and it doesn't show any more questions.
Okay. No, but I see a vote from Pirate Party of Czechia.
No, I'm for Young Pirates of Europe.
Ah, okay. I confirmed. Okay. I didn't relate your name in Mattermost with your name here. Okay, sure. We are waiting also for Slovenia, but allow me to check your issue. Sorry.
For the purpose of vote counts, Slovenia is officially not yet present as the delegate. Just announced he will arrive within an hour, but not yet arrived. So you should not count him as
Okay.
to the maximum of the votes.
Okay. Yeah, allow me to check what happened with this token. If no, I'm going to invalidate the token of Young Pirates and recreate a new one because it seems that it didn't work properly because of an issue with the creation. So allow me just a moment to fix the issue. Okay. Here we go. Perfect. And the other one. I can disable here. Okay, so Young Pirates, I'm sending you right now another token. Please proceed to vote. The other one didn't emit any vote, so we are fine. And we'll close the first question after you.
So it looks that it's now okay, I think.
Just a moment. Yep. Okay. Let's see the results. Sorry for the. Okay, one moment, please. Close the question. Results. Okay, perfect. Allow me to share my screen so we can validate the voting. Here. So these are the results. Well, just for the audio, there are 11 votes in favor to suspending the payment of membership fees, 2 votes against, and 3 abstentions. We can go ahead if you want.
Okay, thank you, Dario, very much. Now I would like to check the quorum, whether we have represented the respective number of votes within the council. I believe it is the case, but please confirm that fact. It's probably also a question for Bastian.
Yeah, but I think we have no quorum in the statutes.
Let me check, but I believe we need to have more than half votes present. I mean, like, we need to sum all the votes we have in the council, and there should be more than half, if I'm not mistaken. But maybe let's check quickly with the statutes so that everything is sufficient. Because there was a question from Alessandro whether it is fine.
The only quorum which is mentioned is in Article 25, change of statutes, but we don't change statutes now.
True. Okay, then I believe we reached the quorum. Next point, we need to approve the agenda. So I would provide you with the proposal of the agenda as it was prepared by the board. I'm sending that to both Jitsi chat and the town square most, so you can see the proposal from the board. And I'm opening the discussion about this proposal. So what are your opinions about this one? And I will start, as we have no invited guests, I propose to dedicate rest of this time slot to this organization things, and then go straight forward to the reports from the board. So are there any further suggestions to the for the agenda or proposals for changes? Please, if you would like to speak, do not hesitate to raise your hand here in the Jitsi. I'm trying to follow that all the time. and give you the word. Okay, I see no hand risen for this point, so I would like to suggest another vote, and this time on the agenda, as proposed from the board, including the respective change.
If you want, I can open the vote on Assemblea.
Yes, Dario, please do.
Please go ahead. It's already open.
There is a question in Jitsi chat from Matti Brand from Pirate Party of Sweden, whether the motion on line 134 is supposed to be decided on first. From my understanding, it was already decided through the vote we have done so far. Sweden voted in favor, so I believe we are not going to object that particular decision. So the vote paired to the motion, to be clear on that. So another question is approval of the agenda, if it could be included to the minutes, and we have vote open. So please vote using the Assemblea as previously. The updated point in the agenda is the point invited guests. So there are no invited guests. So I suggest to prolong the previous point, council meeting, chairperson's election and agenda approval until 12 o'clock to formalize that. There is a question, request for word from far listener from Pirate Party of France, so please speak.
Hello. I've got a problem about the minutes and the questions in the vote system for us and maybe for Matti Brandt. We don't understand the difference between the sentences and the meanings of the votes. So I see a remark from Etienne in a private chat saying that I'm not sure what I'm voting for. So maybe there is a big problem about the sentences and the meanings.
Yeah, sorry for that if I was not clear. So the very first vote we have started today was the vote on the motion on line 130 about deferral of payments, whether we shall allow the parties, who are technically all except of two, to vote even despite that they have not yet paid their membership fees. So that was approved. And now we are talking about approval of the agenda for the meeting, which means like the list of things we want to discuss. The respective list is once again in the Jitsi chat, and in the it's in the town square, and I will also include it to the minutes so that it is crystal clear. So approval for the agenda. And I can't, or I will edit it simply in the wiki so that it is.
Also, the results are in. We have 8 votes, so if you want, I can share the screen again.
I would maybe if you could wait 1 wait for confirmation that everyone understood that respective vote.
Okay.
So now I've included my proposal into the wiki. So now if you look into the wiki, there is the agenda as it is supposed to be approved. So please do verify that you have you are satisfied with that. Okay, so for Mate it seems to be explained. May I ask explicitly for listener and Mate if the situation is now clear?
Yeah, for me it's clear, but I'm not sure that everybody see all the content of the vote. So I'm not sure.
Yes, maybe I...
But I can assure you that I totally agree that we are on the point 2 of the agenda. It's all about the first vote, in fact.
Yeah, we need to do the organization. Sorry for prolonging that, but this is basically for administrative reasons necessary. Okay, so I believe, Dario, everyone understood the vote, so you can publish the result.
Okay. So here are the results. The agenda is approved by 16 votes in favor.
Wonderful. That's great, and thanks for a very consensual approach. And I would have one more request for you regarding the organization.
Mm-hmm.
We should have tomorrow on Sunday a vote or the election of the board and the election of Code of Conduct Council. Most unfortunately, as you can see on the list of delegates, which I'm going to send you to the chat rather soon, there are very few nominations. And part of the issue is that we cannot nominate people before a respective deadline before the council. So my question for the council would be whether we would, as we did in the previous years, reopen the nominations for further people to get nominated for this vote. I'm asking now because I believe it is better should we deliver the possible applications or proposals rather sooner than later tomorrow, just in before of the vote. So I would like to put this procedural motion to reopen nominations for the board once again to the vote. So that's my proposal. Would anyone object it, or maybe we need to discuss it first? So I'm opening the discussion. Sorry. At the end, please speak.
I second this motion because we have not enough candidates, and as the announcement of the council was a little bit chaotic with the first date and then the second date, maybe it's better to give the opportunity to more people to make nomination, and even for our new maybe soon member to nominate people if they want.
Okay, thank you for that. And I see no more hands risen, so I would suggest to put the motion to the vote. Bastian, please speak.
Yes, a question, because it's very easy. We have nominations, and if we can fill any position, then we can reopen the nominations. But I think we have enough nominations by already done. So if you want to reopen the list, it would be fine. But just we have to vote on it and to see how it's going on. It's a little bit too early to decide that we have to reopen the nominations.
I guess it's not the case because we have only one nomination for vice chairperson and only 4 nominations for the 5 positions of board members without an appointed office, which means we are clearly lacking at least 2 persons that will be elected. And of course, I mean, like procedurally, it would make sense to do it tomorrow. But maybe it is better for people who wants to get nominated to give at least certain time and inform that they are running for the positions, because otherwise I'm not really sure whether the members can really fulfill their obligation to, let's say, consult with their parties and so on. But of course, up to the council. Plus, we have absolutely no nominations for the Code of Conduct Council. Okay, I see no more questions, so I will put the motion to the vote. Yeah, Veronica, please.
Yeah, I would also like to have the nominations open now. It also gives the opportunity to the new nominees to introduce themselves, maybe a little bit to the council, and it would be wonderful to have more to have representatives from more countries on the board. As for now, I think we have like 3 or 4 countries only represented on the board in the nominees, and I think we need more representation across the Europe. And yeah, it's always good to have some choice when the elections are running.
Okay, thanks for the input, and I see no further hands risen, so I would go and put this motion to the vote. So have we written? I guess we have a template for this type of motion already from the last years, from within the last years. So could we copy paste it? Alexandra raised the hand, so please speak. Alexander, or was just like maybe missed. Okay. Maybe we just simply write it like council agrees to reopen the nomination for board election and COCC election. Is this motion, as it is written on the line 139, clear and understandable for everyone to vote on? There is a question in Jitsi chat from Exile regarding whether Alexander and Bastian raised hands and they are supposed to speak. I don't see the hands risen anymore, so if you would like to speak, please do. Otherwise, I would like to put the motion to the vote as it is currently tabled on the line 139. I see no objections, so Dario, could you please start the vote?
Sure. Just 1 second. Okay, everything is ready. Now, please vote. The results are in. I'm closing the vote. Okay. Okay, let's share the screen. So we have 13 votes in favor of agreeing to reopen the nomination, 2 against, and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. I consider the motion to be approved. And with this point, I believe we have fulfilled all the administrative obligations we had under the first point, and we are exactly on time in the approved agenda. So now I'm transferring the chairing to Etienne and looking forward for his continuation.
If I may, just before starting, I think I saw one of, I don't know if it's a representative of the Pirate Party Serbia or the Hungarian Two Tails Dog Party, who was asking if we can move the presentation of their party to this morning. But maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, if I'm to be, if I'm to resolve the request, I would be happy to learn who was that.
I am looking into the chat, but
Okay, which chat was that?
it was on Mattermost. No, on Jitsi.
On Jitsi.
Ah, yes, it's Gabor Vago who was. Yes, was asking if we can move the presentation of his party this morning.
Okay, so my question would be to the council: would anyone object? Should we exchange the point report from the board with the point new members admission? I see no hand risen, so as there are no objections, I would like to start with the point new members admission here and now, and we will continue with the point report from the board after the lunch break. And now I'm transferring the chairing to Etienne.
Thank you. So I see that we have, so the next point on the agenda is application for member request for membership. We have two requests on the wiki. We have Pirate Party of Serbia and Hungarian Two-Tailed Dog Party. So I see that we have Gabor Vago. Can you tell me for which of the two party you represent? And
yes.
There is, yes.
I'm representing the Hungarian Two-Tailed Party.
Thank you. Is there anyone for the Serbian Pirate Party? It seems not. So we will start with the presentation of the Hungarian Two-Tailed Party dog. Gabor, you have the floor.
Hello everyone. So the Hungarian Two-Tailed Party is applying for an observer membership to the European Pirate Party. The Two-Tailed Party was founded a decade ago in Szeged. It comes from the street art culture, so it has got deep roots to the underground culture as well. It was a joking project in the beginning, but slowly but surely it became a potent member of the Hungarian politics. And now in the polls between 4 and 7% estimating to the results for the next election in April. And this party is the party itself structured as a basis democracy, but in the beginning it was a basis dictatorship because it grown up from a circle of friends around Gergely Kovács, who is the president of the party. And now in the last EP election, the party gained 2.8%, and in the local election, some local councillors and the vice mayor and the mayor of a village has been elected. And the party, the agenda in the beginning was the internal life and the free beer, and now the anti-corruption agenda and marijuana legalizing project looks like quite a serious party. And in the ground, the people of the party are making so many projects. So the big narrative of the party is a system change from the ground, and slowly but surely these communities that the party creates can change the culture of the politics itself. That's the mission of the party. And the party itself hasn't got a strong agenda on the digital platform as the Pirates, but in the values, the same community building anarcho thing in a good way is in the working methods and the way of viewing things, and deciding time to time is more important case by case than going with a big bloc. And that's why the party itself running alone, not together with the joint opposition in Hungary, because there was always a small party in Hungary. In the center, there are hundreds of thousands of voters, and they will need a party to vote. And without the Pirate Party, maybe these voters could go to the far right or another potentate small parties. And so it has got its value and its stake in the Hungarian politics, and hopefully in the international politics as well in the near future. If you get some questions, I can also put in the chat, in the GC chat, the program from for the EP elections, for the last one. There's also some, in a nutshell, what the party is.
Jan, you have the floor. Jan Mares. Mikuláš.
I'm not sure whether Honza is struggling with microphone or what's exactly the problem, but I would add the, let's say, board's view. As you know, in the last year, we have decided to move forward with the registration process, and that was the reason why we have changed our statutes to actually open them also for parties who do not declare themselves pirate, but still share values with our movement. The fact is that subsequently the board did a screening process to actually identify those parties all across Europe. Honza was the one who was in charge of that process and did a lot of work over there. What shall be admitted that Hungarian two-tailed dog parties was one of those that fall under, let's say, that fit into the set of like-minded parties that are interesting to further discuss with, so that the board itself very much discussed the opportunity to actually contact the party. The procedure was at the end a reversal. I mean, like, we have been contacted from the side of two-tailed dog party as an applicant for observer membership, but I think we can testify that we have evaluated the degree of similarity and found quite a high degree of similarity between the two movements.
Maybe Jan want to try again. On my side, I can't hear you, but it seems that Jitsi is detecting you because you become blue, but we do not have any sound. So maybe you can write on the chat what you want to say. Is there other question? So maybe Gabor want to add something.
That would be nice if you could help us in the next election, because the Orban regime trying to cheat on the election, and one of our main agenda point is the democracy and the e-democracy itself. How can we change the governance? And unfortunately, this kind of Putinized methods in Hungary getting spread around, and also it follows maybe in Slovenia. So I think from the pirate perspective, this kind of clean elections could be also very helpful. So if some of your high representatives could be in the election as observer, that would be nice in April. And of course, in the election campaign, if you want, you can join to the Two-Tilted Party. It will be a historic moment, we think, and it has got a real chance in the parliament. The party could also have been the decisive position if the opposition hasn't got enough representatives in the parliament. So, and that way, the Two-Tilted Party will support a minority government, but won't go for the government with the nowadays opposition party alliance.
Lukáš.
Okay, hello. I have a question regarding the election what you said about observing the election, basically. What are the conditions for becoming an observer? Thank you. In Hungary, I mean, yeah, of course.
Gabor, I don't know, I didn't understand really your question, Lukáš. It was for Gabor, or it was for the board?
Gabor.
Yes, so Gabor, for the answer, please.
Yeah, what are the conditions for becoming an election observer in Hungary, basically? Yeah. Okay, maybe it's off topic. I don't know.
There is a European institution which is guarantee possibilities for high representatives like hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we hear you, Gabor.
Oh, okay, sorry. So there is a European institution where high representatives like parliamentarians or a member of the European Parliament can observe an election. And that would be nice if someone from the parties could be here in Hungary during the elections, but it's only open to a limited number of people.
Thank you.
Let's try again for Jan.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, I had to reset some settings, but now it seems to work. As a board member, I wanted to say that in a way, I vouch for the MKKP. I've actually spent some time getting to know this party during the last, I guess, 3 years now. We've already had a meeting with MKKP between the Pirate Party of Czechia and MKKP in 2018 with Marketa as the chairperson for this meeting. And after that, I've visited their summer get-together twice, which is let's say it's a half serious, half political event. And I've, let's say, monitored what they've been doing during the last 3 years. And so, first of all, like I can definitely say that they align with the values of the pirate parties in many regards, and from all the parties in Hungary, they're the closest match. That's pretty definitive. And basically, what Gabor correctly said was that there is a shift from this participatory dictatorship to a actual participatory democracy. I think this is something that where we could actually help them in some regards, because they've been mostly relying on Facebook groups and mailing lists as communication, as far as I know. And that's probably not the ideal way to have a functioning party. So I mean, we now have like 10 plus years of experience with different platforms. But aside from this, they're in a very unique position, because if you watch Hungarian elections, or well, the preparation for Hungarian elections, there's only 2 big parties challenging each other, with one being the Orbán party, the Fidesz, the other one being a coalition of everybody else, ranging from socialists, Greens, up to, basically National Socialists with the party Jobbik. And they've all coalesced into this one big bloc that challenges Orbán, but unfortunately they are acting as a catch-all party, and they, in many regards, they are not very liberal anymore. They've even their candidate for the prime minister is basically, you could say it's basically Orbán without the corruption. So not a good news for liberals. And so the MKKP, maybe even without trying themselves, have landed in this position where they're the only, let's say, moral vote for a lot of liberal-minded people. So they'll be capturing a lot of votes from people who just cannot vote for a coalition bloc that also has the National Socialists in it, the Jobbik. So I think no one can now say if they will actually get into parliament. This is going to be very random, but the possibility is there, because there's lots of people who are just disappointed by how that coalition had turned out. And also, as Gabor mentioned, the point of marijuana, that's a very good illustration point, because the thing is that they're the only party who vocally supports it. And actually, the Budapest Million Marijuana March has been co-organized by MKKP for the last several years, because the climate in the country has made it impossible for many NGOs to operate. And so the NGOs organizing the Million Marijuana March have mostly just dropped off. And in the end, the MKKP had to step in and be the one that co-organizes it. I'm not sure if it even takes place during the COVID, but before COVID, they were one of the main organizers. So that's a good illustration of point of where they stand and that they represent a lot of values that a, let's say, maybe theoretical Hungarian pirate party should represent.
Thank you. Is there question? No. So, Gabor, if you want to add a last word before we proceed to the vote.
Thank you. I think we share a lot of values, and in the future, in the next European Parliament election, hopefully the pirate flag will go higher on many ships from Hungary too.
So I have a written question in the chat from Cedric, delegate of Pirate Party France. Why don't you change your name to Pirate Party Hungary?
Because the Untitled Party is a known brand in Hungary for a decade, and it has got a lot of people's dream in it. And the pirate brand itself is not so known, and the pirate party in Hungary back to the 2012, it wasn't so successful, and I think the pirate can win more if we can have a joint actions than changing our flag to the pirate simply.
Thank you. I have another question from Lukáš. Are you in touch with some Hungarian pirates?
There are very few, but yeah, we are in touch with them from the beginning.
Thank you. Last call for question. I have a question for the board. Do we know if someone from Pirate Party Serbia is supposed to be here today or maybe this afternoon, as it was planned before, Mikuláš?
Yes, I have reply from Dalibor Marinovic that his colleague shall do the presentation, but he will be ready in 1:30. So that's the state of play. I know we have changed the agenda in order to give a chance to Gabor. So maybe it's a little bit harder to handle. Sorry.
So if there is no objection from the council, maybe we can try to change a little bit the agenda. Maybe we can, sorry, wrong day. Maybe we can put from 1:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. the presentation of PPEU Serbia, and then move on the report from the board. Mikuláš?
Sorry. I maybe misspelled. The problem is that they should be available in 1:30, or maybe I have not just caught your message now. So simply, they will be here within or
I
after
cannot hear
an hour.
Mikuláš, sorry.
Oops.
Yes. Yes, we hear you, Mikuláš. So they won't be ready before an hour, if I understand correctly. Okay, so what I was proposing is to move the presentations to proceed to the vote for the MKKP now, and then move, suspend the council for lunch and restart with PPEU Serbia presentation at 1:30. if it suits everybody. So let's proceed to the vote. So the question can be formulated as follow. Does the Council approve the application of the MKKP to as observative member? Sorry if it's not clear. Does the Council? Thank you. So are you okay with the following question? Does the Council approve the application of MKKP to an observative member? Is there observer member? Thank you, Miklos. I see that there is a question from Young Pirate Party Europe. Maybe while Gabor answers the question, maybe Dario, you can prepare the vote on Assembla.
Yeah, the party itself is shifting now from a totally joke party and doing things party to more serious policy demands. And in the policy demands, the anti-corruption agenda is the main line, because as the councillor, Gergely Kovács, he's acting like a real watchdog in the local council, and he's coming up with many investigative cases, and that's why his work and also other supportive investigative journalist workshops and portals are focusing on the anti-corruption, not only the institutionalized corruption Orban ways, but the small things which also makes the normal daily life harder. And besides of the anti-corruption, the education and the also the e-democracy and the democracy itself is the main target for this election campaign. But we do not have any overarching party program from the healthcare until the defense policy. Only three main line of policy demands for this election.
Thank you. For the minute taker, the question was from Matej from Young Pirate Party Europe. The question was, what I found from your webpage, your program for last election was mostly joke. Do you plan this year election to present in your program joke points? So for the minute. So the vote is open. You may proceed. Sorry, Mikuláš. I skipped you. One question for Mikuláš.
Absolutely no problem. I would have a question for Gabor. Would you mind to actually, should you be admitted, publicly display on your web page a logo of the European Pirate Party and, let's say, a reference or link to us, so that it is clear that there is this connection and we are working together? I mean, it's important not only for us, but of course for, let's say, the European administration in future to actually recognize you as our partner.
Gabor?
Yes, of course. After this decision, I can have a meeting with the board and discuss this question, but it's a simply demand to deliver.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dario, can you tell me where we are with vote?
2 votes are left. We're waiting for them. Okay. 1 vote left. Okay. Allow me to close the vote. Closed. And now I'm going to show you the results. Just a second. The tally is in. So sharing the screen again. We have 15 votes in favor of approving the application of the MKKP and 1 against.
So congratulations to yes, congratulations to MKKP for its admittance as observer member. If there is no other point, I propose that we suspend the meeting now as it was planned, and we came back in 1 hour with the presentation of Pirate Party Serbia, then the presentation of the board report, motion, and budget.
Thanks a lot, everyone. It's very great to be in your group and club.
The meeting is suspended. Welcome back, everyone. We can resume the meeting, maybe. So Dario is here, great. Are our minute takers still present? Perfect. I see that Dalidor is present for the Serbian Pirate Party, if I am correct. Okay. Perfect. Mikuláš, are you here? Okay, so let's start. So the next point on the agenda is the presentation of the application for observer membership for Pirate Party of Serbia. So we will start with the presentation of the application by Dalibor.
Hi to everyone. My name is Dalibor and I'm here with my colleague Jovan. He will tell you more about pirate movement here in Serbia. Thank you, Mikuláš. Thank you, everyone, for a chance to be part of European pirate parties. And as you may know, we are members of Pirate Parties International from January 8 this year. And I don't know if you have some question during our presentation or explanation about our aims, our programs, and our activities this year and this year's. You can write in the chat. Thank you.
Hi all, my name is Jovan, and I will present part of our program and our application for observer membership. We went into the politics, Dalibor, me, and our group in 2018 when we led the Green Party of Serbia campaign for Belgrade local election for city of Belgrade, which is the capital city of Republic of Serbia. After that, we finished. In meantime, the green, topic became one of the biggest in Serbia, which is now used by all the political parties. And the political parties in Serbia are using topic about the environment and green policy as a tool to get on power in Serbia. And we think that they will not change anything. The thing is that now all the parties, left, right, and the other parties are using that, central parties, and other topics like social affair, free knowledge and education, environment and climate, and human rights are put on a side, which are very important in our society, which was affected, as you know, or by the wars since 19, by the Slobodan Milošević dictatorship, and still there are fragments of totalitarian regime, because we didn't pass through the transitions like other Eastern European countries, which are now members of EU. We as a party wants to work more on, for example, free education and knowledge, because Serbia is a very big market for people who are selling books for pupils, and one bad thing in that is that all the people don't have equal access to the education, which was better even in a socialist time than now, when we are aiming European Union as a country. We want to change that, and we want to fight for equal opportunities for all and for the diversity. Then the other topic is human rights, particularly in this digital era, which are put on the side. The city of Belgrade, the capital city, is full at the moment of Chinese cameras. More than 1,000 cameras are in place. Nobody asked for permission from citizens to do it. They put the system of face recognition. Also, there are very big issues in a general data protection area, and how the institution collect the data, and that was put on a side. We think that we need to fight for equal rights on that area, and also regarding the civil society. The government in last 10 years became very, how to say, they are not open anymore as the previous government for transparency in a tender process, transparency in other process, and I think also the freedom of speech is a little bit on a lower base than it was before, and we as a party wants to fight, particularly that youth generation that are coming have a more how to say information, and that the future governments have more transparency in all process that they are doing. Also at the end, I will reflect on the social affairs and healthcare, which is also very important. Particularly, we saw that now, whole world saw that now in a COVID pandemic area. This topic is very important for us because the COVID pandemic show all the weakness of our health system, and we need the future governments, and the Pirate Party wants to be part of that in Serbia, wants to improve that area, that we can have a better health system, that because a lot of people died through the COVID pandemic because of the very, very poor health system that was in place in Serbia at the moment. The last thing is the topic that we are very, very, very informed, because we were previously in a Green Party of Serbia. That's environment and climate and energy. Environment situation in Serbia is pretty poor at the moment. There are riots and people are protesting against the government policy. There are a lot of Chinese, Western companies who are exploring mining, and there are huge effects on the population that are living in that area. Also, the situation with energy is pretty difficult, because Republic of Serbia is linked to the Russian Federation, and gas that Russian Federation is providing to Serbia, and in, let's say, we can say freely that we think that Serbia don't have energy independence, which can affect, how to say, the other parties who are providing us the gas can blackmail us as a country in some cases, which is, how to say, very, very problematic thing. These are topics that we want to present. The elections in Serbia will be on in April, on 3rd April. We are at the moment maintaining our website because of the political election that will be in city of Belgrade, and also in the Republic of Serbia on the weekend 2nd, 3rd April. Also the presidential elections will be on that weekend. And there is a possibility that Serbia also have parliamentary elections, because the president of Republic of Serbia, Aleksandar Vučić, mentioned that he thinks that the parliament also needs to be changed, because on the elections on 2020, in June 2020, a lot of political parties boycotted elections because it was a peak of the COVID pandemic in 2020 at that time, and they didn't want to participate in the elections, etc. If you have any questions, we are open to ask us. You know.
Okay, thank you. So, Mikulas, for the first question.
It's merely for a point of information. What I would like to testify was that we were contacted by Dalibor already a few months ago, and since the very beginning we have been in touch and contact regarding the prepared statutes. I mean, like I have personally read through that and had some let's say, comments and suggestions for the improvements, how to interlink it with our European program and compare with some other statutes from other pirate parties. So in this case, I have to admit this is one of the best prepared applications of a pirate party joining the pirate movement I have seen so far.
Somebody asked us, why do you want to be only observers? Of course, we don't want to jump through the steps. We want to become a first observer, that we have our chance to prove our work in the meantime, particularly now when we have a political elections in Serbia on the first week of April, and this is our, how to say, strategy, that we don't that we go through all the steps and to fulfill all the criteria, and this is the reason why we are applying first for observer membership. Somebody asked why our site doesn't work. The reason why at the moment all the material is with our webmasters, because we are maintaining our website because of the political elections, particularly because of the political elections in the city of Belgrade, where we think that we can gather a lot of support from the youth and also to get awareness. We are at the moment improving our website, and we are preparing our whole campaign for political elections in Belgrade, which is our main strategic topic, and in the next 7 to 8 days we will have everything in place regarding our website.
Thank you. If there are other questions. Lukasz, I see that you have your hand raised, but I suppose you already asked your question in the chat. Perfect. So if there is no other question, I propose to move to the vote. The question will be, does the Council approve the application of the Pirate Party Serbia into the European Pirate Party as an observer member? So Dario, I'll let you tell me when the vote is ready.
Please go ahead. The vote is open.
Thank you. The vote is open. How many votes do we miss?
Yeah, sorry, I was connecting back to the shell.
No.
Yeah, just a moment.
Do everybody vote?
That's what I'm checking right now. Let me check. No, 2 votes are left. Young Pirates and Germany. Okay, it seems that not all bots have been issued or recasted. Different verbs. I don't know if Germany and John Pirates are present.
Let's check for Germany. Is Gregory is not available today. Is Alexander present? Yes. And for Young Pirate Europe, it's Matej. I don't know if he or she is present. I saw Alexander for sure. So
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to vote.
okay, thank you, Alexander. Can you please cast your vote?
Okay, we have the vote from Young Pirates. Thank you.
Last call for the German vote, please.
Maybe it was cast, but it takes a few seconds to process the vote safely. But I don't really know. Allow me to check.
I don't know if maybe Alexander, can you confirm that you are present, please?
Yeah, the vote hasn't been cast yet. He spoke before.
Still no vote from Germany?
Nope.
So the vote is closed. Please announce the result.
Just a second. Okay. The vote is closed, and now I'm going to share with you the results. Okay. Okay, sharing screen. Here. "14 votes in favor of approving the application of Pirate Party of Serbia into PPEU as an observer member."
We want to thanks on behalf of Serbian Pirate Party for support, and we will will show in practice our work on a second 3rd April this year. And thanks again for support.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. So, Lukas.
Yeah, just one suggestion. Could you please write some sentences regarding the election, what you expect from PPEU, etc., and we will use it for like media purposes, like and social media posts and so on. You can send it via chat. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there is no objection, we will move forward. Lukas, you have still your hand. Right, thank you. So if there is no objection, we will move forward to the next point. So the next point is a presentation of the report from the board, following by question and answer. Mikuláš. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm to be seen and heard, and everything works. So I would try to be brief, but just give you the impression where we are and how we are moving. So probably my favorite slide, as usual, is the map. This time I have a little bit changed the color, so it does not look that weird as in previous years. So there we are where we are.
Nicholas,
yes?
if I can stop you for 5 seconds, the image is flipped, so I don't know why.
Flipped?
But yes, it's like if we were looking into a mirror.
Okay. That's a little bit surprising, but I think I can change it.
Yes, it's good. Thank you.
Now it looks flipped to me, but I believe that's fine. I will look on that on a different tool. So now it's the east on the east and west on the west. That's the overview where we have the full members that are the dark green color. That's Iceland, Luxembourg, Germany, and Czechia. Then we have marked by light green color those respective observer members. Last year I've marked with that color, or I was reluctant to do so in case of Polish pirates. The good information is that we still can find some Facebook groups when they are moving and they are active on their social media. So there are still signs of activity. So we have not seen Polish delegate for quite some time. Where I do perceive a problem is party of Estonia, which I have no information so far since already quite some time. So, and their web page seems to be inactive. So there seems to be some sort of problem. It was also reported that we have issues with party of Spain. I mean, now I'm talking about, let's say, the federal level. As according to Dario, it is about to be dissolved in quite short time, and also it was problematic to find their webpage and perceive any signs of activity. The issue is problematic as, for example, yesterday I've been contacted by a person who would like to actually help with Pirate Party of Spain, but so far has no opportunity to work on that. Besides that, we have had 2 observer membership applications which you have just approved, and that's wonderful. So that's the Pirate Party of Serbia and Pirate Party of Two-Tailed Duck Party from Hungary. During the registration process, we have also started discussions with some other parties that could be that we have identified as close to pirates and could possibly consider joining the movement. There were a couple of suggestions, including one party from Croatia and one party from Latvia that were not marked here. Unfortunately, the Latvian party, we haven't actually succeeded so far to contact and set up a meeting. And the Croatian party we have mentioned was not really, it was was sharing a lot of our views. However, they have already quite strong ties with the Greens and the other group in the European Parliament, which makes the things complicated. On the other hand, we have had discussion with party of 3 people from Romania, which is a local party from Transylvania, very much focused on peaceful cooperation among the local ethnic minorities. So they have really like statues in both German, Hungarian, and Romanian same time. And they stay for liberal values, and so far we have kind of like had a meeting with them and discuss how to proceed further. And also we have interviewed a person from a party called Alternative from Denmark, which acknowledges, I mean, like the party is social liberal, I would say environmentalist, and very much close to us. Even some Danish pirates, to my knowledge, originally switched to that party, so it kind of like holds the pirate heritage. But there we are in, let's say, some phase of talks, and it's not yet finished. We'll move to another point, which is maybe not that optimistic, but it should be mentioned. We had a couple parliamentary election in the last year. It was mostly in the autumn. Czechia, Germany, Iceland, and Norway. Just to repeat the stories. Czechia, as you know, we have been in the coalition. The coalition succeeded to remove the previous governments. Unfortunately, pirates have only 4 out of 37 members of the parliament elected for the coalition. So participate in the government as the, let's say, numerically weakest party. Despite that, we have so far had succeeded to manage to bring some parts of the pirate agenda into the coalition agreement. So there we see as, let's say, first proof of concept that pirates should be able to run a country. We have seen standalone candidacy in Germany. Most unfortunately, we have not really been able to catch the media attention. So the result was 0.4%, more or less copying, let's say, the results from the previous years. We have seen standalone candidacy of Icelandic pirates that was successful, resulting in 8.6%, which is reinforcing the position of stable political force on Icelandic landscape. Unfortunately, we have not been able, to my knowledge, to manage it to the government, and hope there would be someone from the Icelandic pirates to tell us more on that. And there was election in Norway, but as in many other countries, in Norway we face the constant problem how to get attention of the media, and if the people do not know you, they don't vote for you. So the outcome is roughly 0.1%. But I really appreciate all the effort that was put to the election.
Mikolas, may I
Yep.
just interrupt? There is another technical issue. It seems that a lot of us do not see correctly your screen. It's crop on the edge.
It's crop on the edge.
Yes,
Okay.
we missed some words. Maybe try to shut it down and.
Well, do it.
Ah,
like
perfect. It was good.
That now it should be possible for everyone to see.
Yes, for me it's good. I don't know for the other one, but
I don't know.
It's better. We have full sentences.
It's worse for you. Okay, sorry for that.
Yes, we missed all the left parts.
Well, there was not much left part so far besides the logo, and now I hope can everyone see the left part? No.
We see like mandatory elections, so we don't see the parley part.
Okay.
Maybe
I do that. Does
yes.
this help? Yes. Okay.
For me it's good. I don't know for the other one. Yes, it seems a lot better. Thank you very much, Nicholas.
So sorry for that. I don't understand what's the issue between OBS and the HTC, but I hope it will work. So that's just a list of the countries I've mentioned. Of course, there were elections, a couple more. I mean, like in France, it were regional elections and some municipal elections, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, of course, municipal election in Austria. I hope I've not forgotten anything. But just to give you an overall picture, we have, or at least me personally, I've been a little bit expecting more from that year 2021. I mean, like the numbers are a little bit under the the expected values I would love to see, but the life is harsh. What is going to happen in the parliamentary election 2022? I'm specifically mentioning the parliamentary election just to give you an impression, because the parliamentary election have overall impact on our capacity to be registered as a European political party. So there should be 4 German federal states. Unfortunately, as said, the German Pirate Party is currently polling somewhere under the 1%, as it is mostly ignored by the media and the opinion polls agencies, which is not good, but that's the barrier of silence we are facing everywhere. Then there will be a Luxembourgish election, and there I would be really optimistic, as we are defending 2 seats currently, and of Sven and Mark, and we are pulling at about 11, so there will be even 2 times or 3 times more seats than in the last election. So keep fingers crossed. Yes, the Hungarian observer membership application become meanwhile observer membership. The MKKP polls about 4 to 7%. Of course, this is very harsh fight, as the Hungarian political system is really tweaked in order to give Viktor Orban an advantage in the election. So this is going to be tough. I'm not sure about what's Dalibor's and other friends from Serbia intention for this upcoming Serbian parliamentary election that shall happen in April, whether you are running or not, but there will be election. Another good opportunity is Slovenia, where we are actually polling about 5%, and as the threshold is 4%, if I'm not mistaken, it is very likely that Pirate Party of Slovenia will enter the parliament this year, which would be marvelous, because we would have another full member that is parliamentary represented. So we would step from 3 to 4 by means of where we are heading towards the registration. Of course, we need 7, but it would be a big step forward. So keeping all fingers crossed for Slovenia. And of course, last but not least, we are running in Sweden, keeping all fingers crossed. Sweden has, just for you to know, a certain disadvantage, because basically all the election, like the municipal, regional, and the parliamentary, they go together, which means you need incredible amount of money to overcome the campaigns of the other traditional parties, especially like the Social Democrats, because they have incredible amounts of money and resources to run in the election. So Swedish pirates are really fighting uphill fight, but I believe there is a good spirit and there are people doing good job. So looking forward to see some nice results. So just once again to get you to the party registration process where we are. We have 3 members currently elected, and hope it will stay so. At least there is no reason to expect that it should fail. We should have another full member joining this club within April of this year. And there are 2, let's say, potential candidates from Romania and Denmark, which have both representation on parliamentary, respectively regional level in case of Romania. That would be 2 another. We have this contact from Croatia, which seems not to be willing to join. And there is 1 potential candidate that is still being to be discussed or discussed with. When talking, yes, what I shall report also, I have contacted the Authority for Political Parties and Foundations by the European Parliament, and yeah, The meeting itself was very nice. I mean, like, I met the director and spoke openly about our intention to actually get the party registered. He assured me that the authority always is very cooperative on this issue and tries to help the potential applicants, so they perceive it really as a process of us discussing with them what are the necessary preconditions to be reached, and also helping us to achieve that. I was provided with something like starting package for European political parties, which is basically a list of forms we need to fill. It's kind of, I would say, simple. I mean, these are 4 different, let's say, forms, each of them one pager, so to say, basically for the party, for the elected representatives that are elected on the respective national or regional level or European, so that is probably to be filled when we go for that process and should not take that much time. What was maybe a little bit more complicated part was the discussion about like the statutes and the requirements for the organization. You should understand that the political that the authority actually they deal only with about like 10 existing registered parties, so it's a rather small office, and they do it very much on, let's say, case by case basis. So there are no, let's say, strict written rules prescribing the process to every single detail, but rather, let's say, general principles that have to be upheld in order to succeed. And the authority checks that, of course, very much based on concernations for the local situation. So, for example, you will probably not need to, you will probably not be able to find, let's say, a clear definition what is actually a regional representation, because there is no such thing. But the way how they do assess it is basically whether the elected representative has any influence on the legislation, whether the person can vote on laws. And I mean, like, that can be different laws, but for example, that condition would be fulfilled for federal states in Germany, because they have capacity or powers to actually regulate the local educational systems and stuff like that, but would not be probably applicable for regions in Czechia, because the regional authorities are effectively only like administrating the local budget, while not really like creating any sort of law. They have no autonomy to do so. So that codefines our considerations also for further steps in the registration process. There was also one very important remark regarding the influence of the members on the organization. What was clear from the director was that in order to actually be recognized as a member of the organization, it's not sufficient to just declare allegiance with the organization, but it is necessary for the member to have influence on shaping of the policies of the European political party. I have not been, let's say, fully specific on that question to bring directly the statutes of ours on the table, but from what was clear to my clear from his answer to that question was that it would be good should the respective member that is representing the country be able to vote on our internal decision making, because just having, let's say, an observer status, including the speaking rights, is from the director's personal point of view not sufficient. Of course, we could go for let's say a try in this case when dealing with the authority and submit the statutes as they are right now. but I'm afraid that it's very likely that should we back our registration attempt by some observer members, they would refuse that. So that's the state of play where we are. In order to tackle that issue, I've prepared a motion that would be later on presented, basically asking you whether the board shall prepare a statute change that would accommodate this issue, or whether we shall delay the registration process so that we will be able to find enough full members that are complying with the demands. That was regarding the registration process. Another big issue was, big topic discussed in the last council meeting was the second chamber. Basically, when it comes to the second chamber, we have currently a legal analysis of the implementation, really like a few tens of pages of possible solutions, including impacts on the data protection. There is a bit issue that it is currently in Czech and we have not yet translated into English, but we will have to do so. And what we are lacking a little bit is, let's say, the agreement among the members, what shall be the principles of the second chamber. Technically speaking, and I should mention that here, I think we have the expertise, at least on the level of European delegation. I mean, like in Brussels, when I'm talking about like our stuff, to actually find a technical solution how to interconnect the existing party systems, so that we can kind of like federate the system for sharing of let's say permissions for voting. However, we have not yet really like deployed it. I mean, like we know it's technically possible because it was tested, but we have not yet deployed that. So just to give you an impression about where we do stay on the PR and presentation, we have still the main social media channels. On Facebook we have grown roughly 5% since the last November. In Twitter since the last November, or sorry, not November 2020. It's not the last one, but the year before. We have grown roughly 10%, and we are also like setting up our YouTube channel, so it is not really like a fast process. Here at the place, I would really especially like to thank to Nikki, who is here present on behalf of the MEP delegation, because he's also working to deliver the content from the MEPs to the social media. So I would like to thank for, let's say, smooth work of that process that I would say resulted into certain growth of that follower space. We have seen also some growth on the accounts like Young Pirates of Europe and of course like the MEPs, but that's generally where we are. I think the biggest issue we face, should we want to do really orders of magnitude scaling up, would be to have sort of like paid advertisement, because currently we are unable to pay advertisement in any of that channels. So we would have to break it and really move to have paid advertisement should we want to have more. Of course, we had some notices of the European Pirate Party in the traditional media. I mean, like newspaper, radio, TV, and so on. That's very different country from country. I mean, like when talking about Czechia, we are probably the most visible political group among the Czech MEPs. But that's just like one exception, because in the other countries we are facing more or less some sort of like barrier of silence, and that's kind of like natural. So we need to work on that. Despite the fact we have been successful to actually being recognized. We are regularly interviewed by various media from all across Europe. I mean, like I've personally gave interviews to Belgian media, to Portuguese media, Dutch media, also Italian, for example. So this is something that somehow work, but it's, let's say, more on case by case basis rather than being really like stabilized. And of course, the internal systems, we still work with the setup we had set in the last years. What is, let's say, good part is that we perceive, at least on Mattermost, significant rise of active users, of active registration. So let's say most of the users, they stay, let's say, passive or do not log that often. I mean, like we have doubled in by means of people registered, but when it comes to those who are actively logging every day or every month, the growth is a little bit worse. I should write it here, but the numbers are closer to those from the previous year. The other systems are running here at the place. I would especially like to thank both Bastian and Panda, who are really helping us voluntarily quite a lot to manage this ecosystem. And yeah, I'm looking forward to have the discussion, as it was not noticed before by French pirates, to how to expand it. So yes, that's probably, that's from my overview, mostly what should be said. I guess Bastian is waiting for you to speak about the finances, and I'm of course ready for the discussion and questions and answers.
Bastian, for the financial report.
Yeah, give me a moment. Yeah, I would say good afternoon, and I will hold a short report. Don't worry about that. I'm reporting here for the term of 28th of November 2020 to this lovely day. We are a little bit late with council meeting thanks to Corona and other confusing circumstances. And regarding the European Pirate Party, my esteemed colleague Mikuláš has already said almost everything, but not about the finances. Two tasks remain for me: the accounting of the finances and later the presentation of the budget for 2022. Fortunately, in 2018, we managed to set up a bank account. However, it works very unusually difficult because the treasurer does not have access to the account and can get only the information indirectly via the internet. There was no handover after my election 2020, so I had to determine the status of the finances by myself, and I do not have any bank statements, which is unusual too. Nevertheless, I prepared a balance sheet for 2021 for the first time. You can see it. You can see our asset situation. I put a link to that this sheet in the chat of the Jitsi, so you can open it by yourself. Yeah, we have some figures in it. Let me explain it shortly. We have total cash about 14,092.25 euros. Outstanding fees are unfortunately 3,400 euros. We received donations about 2,400, and we have some liabilities for server costs 1,200, for the server handling 2,400, which is compared to the donation, and some domain invoices about 141.36. So we have total assets about 16,150.89 euros. And if we deducted the cash, which was just prepared by the outstanding fees, we have available 12,750.89 euros. And we expected possible donation about 900 for the server costs, so we can discuss that later. But all in all, if we are lucky, we have 13,950.89 to spend our duties and so on. So, my point of view is that I find myself a little bit alarmed about the only two members who paid in 2021 their fees, even though we have drastically reduced our dues. And we need to seriously think about whether it was a good strategy, because we are not really able to act with so little money. We earn about 1,400 a year, and with that money we can pay server costs and some office expenses, and that's it. If we want to have a strong party, and if you want to have want to go to a European accepted party, we need more than that, is my opinion. So I think we need urgently to increase our revenues so we'd have more money, and we have to do something for social media, technology, traffic expenses, or events, and so on. After the summer break, there was a very little going on, and I feel it was real shame. We should manage that in the future better. In addition to my duties as a treasurer, I have kept the PPEU's IT running, and with my team, Mikuláš already said, alongside my colleagues from the Czech Republic who are looking after the Mattermost. And there are some activities with the European Parliament or your fraction. There's already a relatively large number of servers have been running 24/7 or 24 days, 24 hours and 7 days without errors for years. And we are a little bit proud that we have had no longer downtime. More details you can find on the PPEU wiki under dashboard. And I would be happy to continue my work next year, and do so in collegiality and the best spirit of our code of conduct. That's from me, and if you have questions, do it. Thank you.
Alessandro.
Yes, actually, I don't have a direct question to Bastian, but because in his presentation he mentioned me indirectly, because I was the former treasurer before him. I have something to say about it. First of all, I'm not the guy who complains everyone and everywhere, but I feel a bit unhappy when somebody try to, let's say, discharge or just mislead any assembly regarding behaviors that are not true. For instance, I provided everything to Bastian because everything was public. So when I was the treasurer, I collect almost every membership fees for our members, from our members. And yes, you can comment, but after me. Sorry, Mikuláš, because I'm quite upset about it. And also there were only one invoice to be paid, and actually because it wasn't I wasn't the treasurer anymore, even though I asked after for a couple of months, and I helped Bastian and Marketa, that was there actually as the right to do this in the bank account, to pay the only invoice that we had to pay. Moreover, I have to say that I'm quite disappointed because if you remember, one of my motion as a treasurer was, not in the last council meeting, but 2 council meetings before in 2020, was to reduce the fee, membership fees, from 300 to 50 euro per year in order to have more participation. But if you compare the membership fee collected when I was a treasurer and the membership fee today, you will see that there are, instead of increasing, they are dramatically reduced. So of course, I agree that it can be a problem if we do not collect this kind of money, but please read the meaning of that motion that passed a years and a half ago. I think that everything is pretty clear, and I'm really disappointed of some of this behavior. Thank you.
Mikolas, for a short comment, please.
Yeah, I would like to assure you that there is not that much to blame neither of both the gentlemen. That's partially still my issue and my fault, so to say, because we face, let's say, an incompatibility between what the Luxembourgish Business Chamber offers and what the Czech Banka accepts. When talking about that, the problem is that the Luxembourgish Business Chamber is not willing to provide a full record of our organization to be delivered to Banka in the way they accept it. They have certain restrictions originating from know your customer principle, that they really have to check on their customers, and they really need to know more from the Luxembourgish side. And so far, I was trying to find a way between those two authorities to find a solution that would satisfy them both. But to be honest, I was not successful. So when talking about improper handover, the truth is that it is really hard to actually convince them to provide to any of the newly elected treasurer access to the bank account. So we are currently still solving it in the way that Marketa is paying that because she's entitled to do so by the treasurers. That's the solution that is really far from being perfect, and we will have to find a better one. I hope it will improve through European, let's say, regulation of financial sector that would simplify this process, because it's simply strange that an organization registered in one member state cannot actually run an account in another member state. This is really a flaw of the common market with the services. So sorry for that. I'm really trying to resolve it on this case base as well as generally. But it's not fault of neither of those two gentlemen that have spoken before me, because they were all facing the same issue with the administration as I do now.
Thank you, Cédric.
Thank you. I've not a question, but a request, in fact, because I think the cost of the IT system, I think the tools that the IT system is running, and I really want, in fact, to have a map of the whole IT system, because for my point of view, you may not know, but I am the technical counselor of French party, and for us, the cost of the IT is at least twice the cost of it might be. And if you see the fee at 50 euro, and you may have the equivalent of 12 participation of paired parties. So yeah, I really want to know why this is so costly, in fact.
Question.
Yes. At first, just one word. I won't disappoint Alessandro, but I already expect a proper handover on official business and not a reference to it. Everything is on the internet. That's not very fair. It's my point of view. And yes, we have quite a lot of costs for IT, but maybe you didn't listen to my words. They are donated, right? And I think it's a duty to explain our donations. We got in the past. Maybe we got no donations in the future. That's another point. But we got it, and I think you can thank you for donations, not to blame me. Thank you.
Nicolas.
Just to clarify how the structure works, there are currently some systems that are being run by the delegation of pirate members in the European Parliament. And those systems are open for volunteers. And that's how the PPEU can use them without really paying for that. That's, for example, the GitLab. Then there are systems that are really being donated and run on expense of Bastian personally, or respective his company, and that's very costly, but and shall be reported for the transparency reasons for being recorded as the administration and so on. But in fact, they are not really expense on the members. And the last very exception we are actually paying for is the Mattermost server, and that's really paid out of the income we have. And there is a good reason to do so, because basically the Mattermost server stores a lot of, let's say, personal data of ours. And I can't really imagine how could we outsource handling of our personal data to any other organization. So that's why they are under the Mattermost server. What would be maybe an option to discuss is migration to, let's say, cheaper server, but then we would, when scaling up, sooner or later face the situation that the server is not sufficient. When talking about the technical issues, and there is a let's say motion on the table to set up some asynchronous working platform, we should decide whether it should be run on the same server or a different one. Running in on the same server would use some part of its capacity and would be, let's say, cost effective. Of course, there could be, let's say, security compliance, because when you run two different applications on the same server, then basically a successful attack into one of them results into corrupting both of them, which is not really safe. So that's the question of, let's say, how to do the architecture. But the main issue is that we and should we run any communication platform, we will have to we need to run at least one own server on our expenses to be able to store the personal data and the communication. I would definitely disregard outsourcing that to any external entity.
Cédric.
Yes, from my point of view, it's normal to pay some services, and we need to own our own data. Own data, but yeah, there is several points. So as I said, I need, and this was a request, we need, in fact, to have a full view of the IT system, because we are some pirate parties, we are from internet, we know how it works. So when I see all the information, I'm thinking some lack of information, and I have a very bad feeling about that. Secondly, the cost of the server from a donation is something that is very vague, in fact, because if you put a cost on something you donate, you can put any price. So at this point, I still don't understand the price that is donate. The third point on this point is, in fact, for example, in France, we have some problem with democracy and so on, but there is no possibility in France from an enterprise to give some money to a political party. And this is a bit the same, in fact, for the PPEU, for the European level. I see with very bad eyes to have some donation from someone that we need to thanks a lot. So what is with that our liberty to decide with or without Bastian and his friend, for example, if we need to thank them every year for that. So yeah, what is our liberty to use data, to own our server, to have the real cost of our IT system? That's some real issues on our budget, in fact.
Thank you very much. Maybe I will give the word to Mikolas afterward, but please, if we can move on this topic, because we have a lot to do after that. Mikolas, please.
Yes, there is no, let's say, merge documentation for all the IT systems so far. I mean, like some parts, as there are different sources. So what we do on the European Parliament level, we kind of like document it anyways, and we will do the match of the documentation with what is being done, let's say, on the party level. And as it is, let's say, packaged all together, we will provide you, because I would like to give you the scheme you are requesting, and I think that this is very legitimized question, and we should have such a documentation. So far, unfortunately, we have not been able to provide, but we will really create it and provide it to you. I can't give it to you here and now. And just comment to the, let's say, last part of your speech. Yes, you are right. In France, this is not common that the company could actually donate to political party. Unfortunately, this, let's say, ethical framework is kind of varying across Europe. I mean, like in Czechia, we can technically do that. On the other hand, what is requested is to have, let's say, transparent account to show from where the donations are coming. And this is for the longer discussion we had in the finance working group. And I believe we have been able to find, let's say, a common standard, which of course is by definition compromised, because no one really developed that on the European level, and we are developing that. But I believe we have such a proposal to be accepted by the council, if I'm not mistaken. That it was developed together by Alessandro and Bastian in cooperation. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you very much. Is there also a question on the report from the board and the financial report? Matti.
Yes, thank you. I believe I've missed, or PPSC has missed a meeting. I'm not familiar with the second chamber and what that involves. My second thing that I want to sort of get a clarification on is this motion you're going to be tabling later, Kulash, regarding sort of a change to the statute so that we can actually gain the the full EU party status. Where we can see that motion if you haven't written one. Thank you.
Mikuláš?
Sorry, I was distracted by external actor, so to say.
The question is, where can we find information about the second chamber and about the motions that you were speaking about previously for the registration of the party?
Yes, the information about process of setting up of the or let's say work of the agreeing on the principles for the second chambers I was referred to were discussed within a working group that was mainly chaired by Exile, and I believe there are still some records from that working group that discussed that. I mean, like, there were participating people from French Pirate Party, from Austrian Pirate Party, so it was quite broad, so to say. So I believe Exile is probably the one to provide you the best information on that issue. When it comes to the legal consideration, I have currently the Czech version of the text, and I have it in my email. Should anyone be willing to be provided with that analysis, I will gladly send it to you. I'm not sure whether we should really put this text on our pages, because it was, let's say, cost the legal analysis, and I'm not really sure whether we should just publish it as we paid for that. And the last question was, sorry, the technical solution I was referring to, that was more or less tested by myself plus Panda in our, let's say, volunteer capacity. We have not really elaborated any technical documentation out of that.
Exile.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon all. Regarding this question to the working group of statutes, yes, I was the responsible for this work, and there was at the beginning quite a good attendance. But afterwards, it was very clear that there are very different understandings of what the status group should work on and how this group should work on. I put you here the link of the Matterpost working group status group channel, where we basically communicate. There are also the links to the pad in this channel. So if there are any other questions, don't hesitate to ask me. But I don't think, unless there are more questions here from the council meeting, we should enlarge now a status debate here. Thanks.
Thank you, Matti.
Yes, thank you. I'll have a look at that, Axel. No, the second question was regarding, because during your presentation, Mikuláš, you talked about a motion you would be tabling later regarding changes to the statutes in order for us to be able to attain EU party status, because as it stands right now, the observer members do not have influence over any motions or any, like, they don't have a voting influence over the PPEU processes, and as such they will not be counted towards those memberships that we need to have in order to get PPEU EU political party status. That is my understanding of the issue. So I just want to have a clarification of where we can find that motion that you were talking about, or if it's just general talk about it. Thank you.
Mikuláš?
Yes. So I sent to the GC chat the link for all the motions that were so far being tabled. I have added there. Basically, my idea was to propose it as, let's say, a motion with two alternative decisions. One of them would be to task the board to do something. The other one would be to postpone the process. Because I mean, like, before we go for any statute changes and anything like that, we should have clear, let's say, a signal from the council that we go either this way or that way, because both options are possible. And I understand that there are certain, let's say, hesitations to do either this or that. So, and I don't want to decide it on my own. So there is clearly need your input to say we go there or we go there, but we need to decide it somehow. And my idea was to simply condensate it to such a statement that would kind of like clarify the further direction. Yes, of course, statutes can't be changed in this meeting. I mean, like, should this happen, we are not going to change statutes here and now. We are going to actually discuss this in the board, a proposal for statutes that will be proposed in May or June or simply in the summer PPEU council meeting. So should this happen, then you will get much better detailed decision really in practice on your table in the next meeting. But this is definitely not possible to do to resolve it just by one single big step. That wouldn't be wise.
Thanasis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. As PPGR, we have submitted the motion that does not regard the statutes. Is this going to be discussed today? It regards the protection of whistleblowers for the directive of the European Union that was passed in 2019. And we have submitted the corresponding motion in Mattermost.
Thank you. I think we will see it with the other motion that is the next item on the agenda. As it's not a statute change, there is no delay for tabling it, if I'm correct. Regarding the reports, is there a question or not? If not, I will let the board confirm or not my interpretation of the statutes. I think that we need to have a vote on those two reports, at least financial report, if I understand correctly, but I think that we can do a vote on both. So we are proceeding to few verification for the procedure. Technically, yes, we are in most organization when the board and the treasurer present a report, we are supposed to vote on it to approve the reports. In France, for example, you need to approve the treasury reports in order to give them I'm looking for the board, a discharge for their mandates, for example. So I think that the better solution is only the budget. Okay. Yes, but the last meeting was not about the annual report. So it was only maybe about the rectified budget. In my interpretation of the Article 14, paragraph 4, little g, the Council is supposed to approve the budget reports and accounts. So I think that we can proceed to two votes, one for the report, which is maybe more symbolic, and another one on the budget in order to discharge Bastian for his work. So the two questions that may be asked to the Council is, does the Council approve the board report? And the other one is, does the Council approve the financial report? Is there any observation on those two questions? If not, Dario, can you prepare the vote, please?
Yes, I'm already working on that.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first question, the approval of the board report is going live in 3 seconds. Yeah. Please go ahead. Meanwhile, I will create the next question.
Thank you. The vote is open for the first motion regarding the approval of the board report.
Okay, anybody that has already voted the first question can refresh again and can vote in the next one. So we can do it both at the same time.
The second vote is open regarding the approval of the financial report. How many votes?
Yes. We are right now missing the vote from Young Pirates on the first question, and I'm going to check the second one.
Please, for the Young Pirates, please cast your votes.
Okay, I'm closing the first question as we already have all the votes.
And for the second one?
Yeah. Just a
Like
moment.
that, we will announce the both results at the same time.
Okay. Second vote. Okay, we already got all the votes. So closing it. Sharing the sharing the results in just a moment. Okay, yeah. So we have 16 votes in favor of approving the board report. I give a minute for the minute takers. Okay.
So motion is approved.
And the next one. We have 14 votes in favor of approving the financial report, 1 against, and 1 abstention.
So the motion is approved too. Thank you. So, if you want, we can make a short break of 10 minutes and then come back for the debates regarding the motions that have been tabled. And if you agree with this, Alessandro will take the chair for the rest of the afternoon. Is there any opposition for a short break? Okay, thank you. So the meeting will is suspended and will resume at 3 p.m. Thank you. is that as we are all volunteer here, we might have some difficulties to meet all together, and maybe sometimes it can create frustration to not be able to participate to a meeting or to a debate on matters that could be interesting for us and for our party. So the goal is is to develop an asynchronous way of working and to allow more people to participate. For an short example, on the second chamber, for example, the debate were mainly online during online meeting, and so it was difficult for some of us to be present to this meeting. Maybe with an online discussion platform like a forum or something like that, it would have been more easy to participate and maybe to reach an agreement on those change. So this motion aims to ask the board to prepare specification for an asynchronous and decision-making platform, and then to propose to the council, hopefully in 6 months, a list of tools that might suit this purpose. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from our members, observer members? Maybe I have one question for Etienne. So the text that is actually in the wiki is correct. We can propose to our council members to vote on it.
Yes, if there is no amendments.
Okay, I saw Mikuláš would like to speak. Please, stage is yours.
Okay, my understanding of what happens should this motion be approved is that there will be established, so to say, working group under the board's supervision that will basically gather inputs from the volunteers or people who are interested in, or from various stakeholders, and at the end of the day will produce, let's say, an offer for the next council meeting to provide a specification of which platforms could be deployed, and let the council to decide about the deployment. My question would be, what is, let's say, the understanding of what should be what resources shall be used? I mean, like, are we supposed to deploy that platform along the Mattermost application on the existing server, or is it to be discussed to rent a new server, or are we supposed to use some of the existing servers plus actually what are, let's say, the limits for the maintenance? I mean, like, I can imagine various solutions, but this will somehow limit the discussion within the working group. So maybe it would be good, should there be, besides general aim to deploy the platform, to say clearly what are the resources for doing so, because that would simplify the discussion within the working group quite a lot.
Yes, before Etienne, before Excel questioning Etienne, please, Etienne, answer.
I'm not very familiar with specification and so on. I'm not a technician, but maybe what we can do is, for the first meeting, to decide which resource we want to put on this new platform, and it would be great if we can have maybe if the board can provide more detail on each solution, because I think that today it would be maybe difficult for the council to choose one of the solutions that you exposed. So maybe the working group on this first meeting can say, with the specifications that the board is presenting, we can say we choose this solution.
Yes, it's enough for you, Mikuláš?
I guess so. There will be something like proposal for the council that this is the, let's say, the cheapest solution. This is, let's say, the more expensive, and this is the let's say the luxurious option, and let the council just choose based on what features are preferred and what would be, let's say, the willingness to pay for it concerning our opportunities. Yes.
It's a good idea.
Okay, thank you, Mikuláš. Thank you, Etienne. Exile, please. I saw Exile asked for speaking. Okay, maybe it was a mistake. Exile is not answering right now. Anybody else would like to ask? Yes, Exile, please. We can't hear you, Exile. Yes, the micro is not working. Maybe you can write your question in the chat. Okay, we can go ahead. So I'll fix it from your side. That's great. So if there is no other question for Etienne, I ask Dario, please, to set up the voting system. And on your command, we are ready to cast the vote for this motion.
Okay, just a technical question. Should I use the title of the motion as the text for the question?
I guess so, because maybe the full text is too long, and we are pretty sure that everyone has understood correctly the motion table here from PP France, and also its report as reported the full text in the wiki.
Okay, just a minute. So the question is open right now. Please go ahead.
Yes, the short test. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Exile. Yes, we can hear you.
On both left, we are waiting for the vote of Germany.
Please, German delegate, cast your vote. Everything is set up, Dario?
I'm checking the that last vote. Okay, let me check that the vote is registered. Okay, perfect. So just a moment, I close the voting, closed, and I'm going to show you the results. The results are in. We have 12 votes in favor of the motion and 2 against it and 2 abstentions.
Okay, so the motion has passed and will be reported in a minute. Results will be reported in a minute. Thank you, everybody. So in the meanwhile, we can move to the other motion, still from Pirate Party of France. And I guess, Etienne, the stage is yours again.
Thank you. This second motion is for setting up an annual calendar for the council meeting. So the reasoning is quite simple. For now, the past of 2 or 3 years, we have 2 council meetings each year. The goal is to ask the board again, to developing an annual calendar of meeting of the European Pirate Party Council. Like this, we will all have the dates for the council for a full year, which can be more practical to organize our party delegation and meeting before. From our experience in France, and I don't know if other parties share this experience too, when you have calendar fixed in advance with important meeting, more people show up because they have more time to organize themselves and to not double book their agenda. So the goal is to have simply to have an annual calendar to make more formal the current practice for the council. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is also available on Wiki. The title is Motion for an Annual Calendar for Council Meeting. Does anyone have some question for Etienne? I see. Yes. Yes. I see a hand raised, but I forgot who asked for speaking, but please, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I'm afraid it was me. I have a question from the practical view of that. We have very unsafe times, and Corona. It's beating us in every form, and I think it makes no sense to have such a long-term calendar, because if we have to have a change, we have to discuss it with the council members, and then we have to fulfill our 4 weeks or months prior to the meeting. So if we have to change a meeting, that's the main point. We need more than a month to re-establish a new meeting, and I think it's not practical. That's my point of view as a board, just as a board member. And we have the problem very often with the discussion, and we have to postpone the council meeting itself. You know that, and I think it will hinder us to do our work. Thank you.
Okay, I saw also Mikuláš, but please, Etienne, would you like to answer first? So maybe you can maybe answer to indirectly to some other questions arises later.
Thank you for answering Bastian's question. I would like to be optimistic on the current situation with coronavirus. So let's hope that it will calm down during the next year. For me, yes, we will. I hope have this year physical meeting. Nevertheless, at least one of these two meetings will be probably online, and I think that we can fix the date for this online meeting sooner. And for regarding the meetings that may be in person at the end of the year, like we used to, I think that it's not complicated to go from a physical meeting to an online meeting. I mean that we, with the current epidemic situation, we need to have a plan B in any case. So, if, for example, if we have like an host for the end of year meeting, when we set up the calendar, I think that we can same date and then move to an online meeting if necessary.
Yes, Mikuláš, please.
If I may add, my understanding of the motion is that basically board does the call for the council, not just in before the council, but very at the beginning of the year. So we don't need to actually change the rules. Just the board has to do some stuff a little bit prior in advance, which from the long-term perspective could be an advantage, because we faced in couple of the previous boards, or most of the boards, the problem that at the end of the term, members a little bit lost their attention or their activity. So it has become troublesome to actually call for the council meeting. So probably easiest solution is, let's call for the council meeting at the beginning of the election term. It's done, it's over, everyone knows when it happens. And should there be some issue with Corona, then we can always kind of like postpone the council meeting by the decision of the board. It's always possible, but unless this happens, then it happens automatically. And yeah, that provides more security from my point of view.
Tatiana, would you like to answer back?
No, and the purpose is not to have like it's not to have like a fixed calendar for the year. I mean that we all are aware here that the situation can change and stuff can happen. So I think that we all have in mind that the calendar that will be published will be, of course, susceptible of modifications. So the goal is more to tell our member to like book these dates in 4 months, 6 months, 7 months, and to be sure that people will be here, that they will have in their mind the deadlines, like the date of deadline for nomination or status modification. So the goal is more to program stuff than to have like a fixed calendar that we need to follow. And it's really, I did it on the motion that the board is free to modify the calendar after having collecting the opinion of the honorary member. So I think that we have like with this possibility, we have an opportunity to change the calendar if the situation might go on another.
Okay, I hope that everybody correctly understood Etienne, because I had some issues in hearing everything perfectly, but still I think that everything is clear also in the motion. So basically, the proposal of this motion is to set up an agenda at the very first of the year, and it's just an enforcement for the board, for the elected board, to provide at least an agenda on a year basis. Then the motion, of course, allows the board to change asking to every members, to the council members, to change during the year if something is happening. But at least it forced the board to prepare an agenda at the beginning of the year. And if nobody else has something to add or to ask to Etienne, I think that I propose to vote on this motion, and I ask kindly to Dario to prepare the voting system.
The voting system is ready. Just allow me to do a double check. Okay. So the vote is open.
Did all our delegates cast their votes?
Yep.
Great.
No, we are missing 3 votes.
3
3
votes?
delegates. Yep. Now we are missing 2 votes left from Young Pirates and Germany.
Okay, so Young Pirates and German delegates.
Young Pirates already voted in the last 10 seconds. Okay. We have all the votes.
Great.
Vote closed. Now let's see the results. So the results are in. We have 13 votes in favor of the motion, 2 against it, and 1 abstention.
So the motion has passed, and it will be reported to the minute. Let's move to the last motion tabled here. Motion for further direction of we have two motions more, because we added last motion regarding whistleblowers. So we have actually 2 alternative motions here. Motion for further direction of the registration process. I cannot see who tabled this motion here in the wiki.
I did on behalf of the board. I hope the board is fine with that.
Okay, sorry, Mikuláš, sorry. So please, the stage is yours.
Yes, I think the motion was more or less explained during the my, let's say, report regarding the registration process. Basically, we are there that the Authority for Political Parties and Foundations expects us to give all the member parties that we are reported as having representation on parliamentary level to be able to shape our policies. And under this term, or their understanding of this term, is that they should be entitled to vote also on the motions within the party, elect the representatives and so on. Now the trick is that when we have had this discussion last year, we didn't know, and we thought that it is sufficient to actually provide those member parties observer membership, and that should be enough. Well, it seems it's not. And now the question is, do we go further on and really offer the membership, the full membership to the applicants who not yet have the name pirates in their name, or maybe should we rather wait until we have enough pirate parties who have elected representatives on the European level? I mean, or parliament, national parliament, or the regional parliament. I mean, we so far need 7 of them, and we currently have 3. Maybe we will have after this year the 4th one, and that will be Slovenia. That's where we are. What maybe is, at least for me personally, a reason to have this discussion is the fact that if you look into the council and the allocation of vote as it stays, there is a clear majority of pirate parties, and there are pirate parties having a lot of votes. I mean, like the Czech Pirate Party, Icelandic Pirate Party, Luxembourgish Pirate Party. So actually sneaking into the council with a party which is non-pirate and destroying the organization from within requires incredible amount of votes. I mean, like that would require something like, I don't know, some big party from a big member state like German CDU decides to join European Pirate Party or whatsoever, which I think is very unlikely. So just to break the majority within the council, it's very, very complicated. Last but not least, we can always decide of who will admit for membership within the PPEU. Shall I fall back to my previous example? I cannot imagine German pirates or any other pirates would allow CDU, like the German conservatives, to enter into this assembly. That is simply something we would not allow for ideological reasons. And should it for some ridiculous reasons happen that such a party would sneak among us and all the existing pirate parties would crumble, so lose their votes, so the majority within the council would be strongly shifted, then we would see that for statute change there is a need for 2/3 majority, and for change of objectives or principles of the association there is a requirement to have full consent of all members. So even if they would want to introduce upload filters through seeking into our organization, there would be still at least one pirate party objecting that it would not happen. So I think this organization is in fact quite robust to be able to accommodate few members who are not really bearing the name pirates in their name, and are close enough to actually be permitted to join for ideological reason. So having all that in my mind, I think it is possible to admit a full member for this organization that is not bearing the name pirate in the name. But that's my impression of how this council works and how we work as the organization, and that we cannot manage it. But of course, you are fully allowed to see it differently and not support this further step, because of course it's big political and mental step we are talking about, and it's absolutely legitimate to have hesitations about it. So far, from my point of view.
So, Mikuláš, thank you very much. I saw a hand raised. Please. It was party of
Thanasis was first.
Yeah, please speak. The stage is yours.
Okay. To this end, we have also proposed an amendment again on Mattermost with regard to the first alternative. This amendment keeps the sentence as is, and we also propose to add an additional sentence stating, as you can see on Mattermost, however, the proposal should at least require such parties to bear the pirate logo in a visible manner along within the corresponding party's logo in any imminent European Parliament and or national elections. And that in an effort to further restrict any instance of, having a party operating against the robustness of the PPEU. So that was an amendment we posted on Mattermost. I don't know if you have taken it under consideration. That's from me.
Thank you, Thanasis. Mikuláš, is more up to you. Proposal is you are the proposer. So, but let's wait for maybe Matthew wants to speak.
Yes, because I have also an amendment I'd like to add. I definitely do agree that we need to expand PPEU and admit more members that are more akin to us. However, I am not as how would you say? I'm not as ease of mind as Mikuláš regarding whether pirates would find themselves in a minority in the future. And thusly, I have drafted an amendment that would basically be the same as Alternative 1, but it would include changes to the delegate system and the allotment of amount of delegates to ensure that the pirate parties do not find themselves in a minority in the council. I will post it in Mattermost and MJC. Thank you.
Okay, so please, now we have a motion and two, let's say, amendments of this motion. So I would suggest, Mikuláš, you to speak if you can, at least if you want to accept or not this amendment to your motion and include into your motion or not. Please, Mikuláš.
If I may answer, regarding the proposal from Thanasis, I find it very reasonable in the sense that it is very likely that in future, someday, there will be precondition for earning funding from the European Union based on showing the logo. That's possible, and therefore it would be useful should actually this obligation be included into the requirements for members, because then we would have let's say a legal tool to ask that from our members. Last time we had a discussion about the logo, I believe within the council even, and the decision was that we are not going to make it mandatory, but voluntarily. From my point of view, it's very much useful should this requirement is fulfilled, but I know that pirates do not like to be forced into doing stuff and rather do it voluntarily. So from my point of view, it would be wiser to actually have, let's say, at least a straw poll or opinion poll within this council, whether we want to include this sentence into the motion one, into the alternative one. I have absolutely no problem to include that should there be, let's say, a will of majority that would simplify that proposal to pass. When it comes to the second one, I'm definitely not opposing, let's say, changes of the delegates system. But I don't see the, let's say, intended political aim, what is supposed to happen with the delegate system. So it is a bit tricky for the board to actually fulfill the task to prepare proposal for status changes, because I think that could be interpreted quite broadly about what we are tasked to do here. Should I be part of the board of the next one? So I would ask for clarification before adopting that.
So, Matti, would you like to provide Miklos some clarification about it?
Really, the only clarification I can provide is that the changes to the delegate system would ensure that pirate parties do not find themselves in minority in the council with the admittance of new members that are not, in a formal sense, pirate parties. Thank you.
And may
Yes, Miklos, please.
ask if you have just some idea of technical solution, how would that be technically done? I mean, like just to give me an impression, because I can't currently imagine how to ensure it 100%, besides saying, well, this existing structure works and there are pirate parties inside and they will just not allow that because they are smart enough. But should there be just like a legal statement that this is not going to fly, or how would that work?
As I said, I do not have any more clarification than what has already been provided in the amendment. I'm sorry.
So, Miklos and all the council members here, I would suggest to do as following. Maybe we can just, you, Miklos, can just provide, let's say, a new version of the proposal. And in the meantime, we will move forward to the next motion. And when it's ready, we can, if there is only one motion, including amendments, we will vote on that. If that's not the case, and Matti, for instance, or Thanasis would like to also add the amendments into the vote, we can vote on the alternative. Yes, please, Miklos.
I would suggest that we add Marty's option as, let's say, the third one, and I would suggest that we include Thanas's option into both of the proposals. So I would add Marty's plus Thanas's, or just my original plus Thanasis, and of course this alternative 3. Let's just like postpone that. That will be my solution, having like 3 alternatives on the table.
Okay, so if you can, if you want to proceed like this, we can have 3 alternatives, and then we can vote on it. So there is no reason to wait any longer, and I think that you can amend the wiki page of your proposal, Miklos, right now, and then we can move forward to the vote.
I'm just doing that right now. So there will be alternative 1A, alternative 1B, and
But how do you expect to be the question like? An option for each possible.
Yes, now I tabled that, so there would be alternatives 1A, 1B, and alternative 2. And from my point of view, what should happen now is that we first of all vote on the alternatives that are acceptable, and then secondly vote on which of the acceptable alternatives is preferred.
But the system only allows for a single selections, for a single vote on each question. That's. Can we write down the how it will work with these constraints in mind?
Yeah, I actually didn't realize that we have this constraint. So, in my opinion, if there is this constraint, we should vote one. I mean, because the problem is that now, as far as I understood, we should have approval voting, not just motion passed, motion do not pass. Yes, people would like to speak. So, Thanasis first, and then Veronica.
Okay, so due to the restrictions of the constraints of the platform, I believe the best option would be to move from the most restrictive option to the most generic. I believe that would facilitate the procedure.
Thank you, Thanasis. Then I will try to explain what you just said, Veronica.
Yeah, I had a note on the voting as well. Maybe if because the system allows to have like 3 questions at the same time, doesn't it? So one after another. So if we say alternative 1A is acceptable. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, it disconnected me. So if the system allows for 3 consecutive questions, then we can have alternative 1A is acceptable, yes, no, abstain. Alternative 1B is acceptable, yes, no, abstain. Alternative 2. See which motions actually go through as acceptable, and then vote for the most favorable. With kinda yes being, I don't know, alternative 1, no being alternative 2, or I don't know if you can
Yes, I think that Dario, yes, please go ahead.
Yes, we can do this procedure. We can open the three questions that Veronica told us, and then after we get the results of the 3 questions, we can create another one, a 4th one, with an option for each alternative that it's passed in the previous one.
Yes, correct. That's what I meant. Bastian, please.
Yes, the normal way we do that is we have 3 alternatives. We vote only, we can vote for all 3, for 1 or for 2, but only with yes votes. And then we have a most verified, beloved motion, and then we vote on it with yes, nay, or abstain. That's the normal way.
Yes. So somebody else would like to speak? I saw a hand raised. Okay. Yes. Exactly, Thanasis. So the Excel. Yes. Exactly. Now we have in the wiki we have all alternatives clear. So we have right now alternative 1A, Council tasks board to prepare proposal for change of the status for the next council meeting. The proposal shall provide option to obtain membership, including voting rights, even to parties officially not bearing the term pirate in their name. However, the proposal should at least require such parties to bear the pirate logo in a visible manner along within the corresponding party's logo in any imminent European Parliament and/or national elections. Then we have alternative 1B, that is Council tasks the board to prepare proposal for change of the statutes for the next council meeting. The proposal shall provide option to obtain membership, including voting rights to parties officially not bearing pirate in their name, as well changes to the delegate system and allotment of the amount delegates per member to ensure that pirate parties do not find themselves in minority in the council. However, the proposal should at least require such parties to bear the pirate logo in a visible manner along with the corresponding party's logo in any imminent European Parliament and/or national elections. Finally, we have alternative 2. Council approves postponement of the registration process until mandatory parliamentary representation of the PPEU members is reached. So, yes, we can copy. I asked the minute taker, Alexander, the link of the wiki is already here in the chat. I posted once again. And please, I asked the minute taker to copy these 3 proposals actually. Proposal 1A, Proposal 1B, and Proposal 2. So now we should open and cast the vote for every proposal each and see if it's acceptable or not. So Dario, would you mind to start with Proposal 1A?
Just a minute.
Okay. So we will now open and cast the vote for Proposal 1A. You can vote yes, no, abstain if you consider this proposal reasonable, not reasonable, or abstain.
Okay, sorry. The robots had an uprising here. The vacuum robots. Okay, so let's do this. So let's vote first the alternative 1A, voting rights and membership for parties not bearing the term pirate in their names, blah blah blah. Yep.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I will use the title of the motion and the text. So I will use the text from the line 360 and 362 to build the question. So it's clear that what we are voting and where these different alternatives belongs to. Okay. Thank you very much for writing it down in the pad. Setting up the options. Sorry for the limitation, but the system was created for simple assemblies. Okay. In the future, there will be more options, but right now is what we got. Okay. Abstain also. Okay, so do you want me to create the 2 next questions, or do we start with this one?
Yes, of course. We start with this one, and then we will move forward to the alternative 1B and 2.
Okay,
to see
perfect.
which one of this is approved.
Okay.
I mean, not approved, is just acceptable.
Yeah. So please proceed to vote.
We are voting on alternative 1A.
This is 1A, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So let's check. There are 3 votes left. One vote left. In this case, from Catalonia. We are just discussing.
Catalonia, please cast your vote.
Okay. Excel voted, so allow me to close the vote. So let's see. Okay, cool. The results are in. I'm sharing my screen right now. And the option 1A has 11 votes in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstain.
Okay, so motion alternative 1A is allowed to be, it's considered reasonable. So now, please, let's move forward to alternative 1B.
Yes, just a moment. Yeah, sorry, I think I stopped sharing before the minute takers could finish their work. So sorry, I'm sharing again. Okay, in the meanwhile, I will create the next one. So, motion,
You are now presenting the motion for an annual calendar for council meeting. You know it?
Sorry, I
Never
went.
mind.
Okay, solved.
Okay.
Thank you for noting it. Okay. That's what happens when you are multitasking. We have the next question created in just a few seconds. Okay. Alternative 1B is open, so please go ahead. Two votes left. We are waiting for Young Pirates. And the other one. Okay, I think we are ready. Yes, we are ready. So closing the vote. And showing you the next results. Sharing my screen right now. Okay, so alternative 1B got 6 votes in favor, 1 against it, and 9 abstentions.
Okay, so please leave minute takers to copy the results in the minute, and we should say that alternative 1B is not acceptable. No, sorry, I did mistake probably, because I saw the results are 30. Yeah, Matti, yes, please go ahead. Would you like to speak?
Yes, point of order. Abstention does not mean that the motion fails. It just
Yeah,
means
yeah. Sorry, I was just correcting myself. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. I was just I saw no instead of abstain. So yes, motion 1B is also acceptable.
So let's go with the last one.
Alternative 2, yes.
Okay, allow me to proceed. Where's the question? Here. Okay, so the vote is open. Please proceed to vote. Five votes left. Three votes left. Okay, 1 vote left. Perfect. We have all the votes, so closing the question and showing you the results. So the results are in and being shared on my screen right now. In this last question, the alternative 2, we have 5 votes in favor, 6 against the motion, and 5 abstentions.
Okay, so now alternative 2 is not accepted.
Okay.
Okay, so now we should move forward to vote and to choose between alternative 1A and alternative 1B.
Okay. So I set up a question with one option being alternative 1A, the other one alternative 1B, and abstain. Does it sound right?
Yes.
Cool. Just give me a minute.
if I correctly understand, Dario, we should have these options: vote for both, vote for one, vote for no one.
Okay. I copy now the text I am using for the question, so it's clear what we are voting, and also in the chat. Somebody has any objection about the text?
No, I think it's clear. The most important thing are options: 1A, 1B, or none of them.
And also both. So there are 4 options finally, no? 1A, 1B, both, or none of them. Well, and also abstention.
I mean, yes, because Veronica, please. Yes, Veronica, please.
Hi, can I just have a couple of just 1 minute before we go for the voting? I just need to check something with the party.
Sure. In the meantime, I guess that Etienne also would like to speak. Maybe I misunderstood. Etienne, would you like to speak?
I think he was not connected at the moment. Etienne, are you there?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Etienne. Would you like to speak?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear
Okay,
you.
sorry. For me, I don't know why we need to have both in the choice, because I think that the point of the vote is to choose between 2 solutions, and if we can vote for both, maybe both will have the majority. So this is not a solution. So I think that we need to have 1A, 1B, and abstain, and none of the 2.
Okay, before I let Veronica speak, maybe I can clarify this point, because we are actually, the result of the vote would be to choose, okay, between these 2 alternatives, but you should be able to, I mean, you can agree with both of them. So there is no reason why you should avoid if you prefer, if you have no prefer between them. Just to you can express yourself in favor of both of them, none of them, or just one of them. Maybe there is somebody else that is opposing my point of view. Please go ahead. In the meanwhile, Veronica, you can speak.
Hi, it's okay. So I would like to amend my vote on the previous voting to abstain. It was not our intention to kind of fail the option. I just didn't realize that with such a number of a vote, it would not pass. So please, if you can change my vote to a vote of the PPCZ to abstain, and I think that way the option would appear in this election.
So we have the alternative 2 back on the table.
So just a second. So If I correctly understand, Veronica, you're saying that you just we have to recast the vote before because you just vote, right?
We can either recast it, or I'm saying for the record to change my vote to abstain, whichever the council wants.
Okay, I would prefer in this case, because I'm pretty I pretty trust you, and of course there is no trust is not a matter, but for the sake of transparency, I would prefer to ask if anyone objecting now to change simply change the vote of PP CZ into abstain, because if any just only one object, I will recast the vote. Okay, so nobody is objecting. So for the minute taker, I think that we should take track of Veronica's statement and change do not recast the vote and change the results. If you can do it, please, on the minute. Okay, so now the point is that we have all the alternatives into the final vote. And the question is if you can cast only one vote or abstain, or if you can cast more than one vote. I would like to have just a quick poll, because in my opinion, anyone is allowed to cast more than one vote, but probably it will make a nonsense or a bit weird. So my proposal is to have a quick poll here and now. If we allow only one vote on the final vote, that can be choose one of these three alternatives or abstain, or even choose 1, 2, or 3 alternatives or abstain. Yes, Dario, please.
Another option will be to do a roll call vote, as we did in the old times, as we already. I don't know. Maybe it's faster to do that than instead trying now to argue if we need to choose one option or another one. We saw that all three of them are acceptable, so maybe now let's do a quick roll call, as it won't take any longer.
I second that.
Okay, so if anyone is no one objecting this, I would second Dario's proposal. Okay, so please, Dario, go ahead.
Okay, I will check the list of the current delegates. Sorry. So let's do it in the usual way. Pirate Party of Czechia, can you cast a vote?
Can someone say what exactly is the question for the vote now? Sorry, it's really confusing.
Yes, of course. You have to choose one of the three options or abstain. Alternative 1A, 1B, alternative 2, or abstain.
Are we, as in the previous elections, allowed to split the votes?
I think yes.
Okay. So we will have. Oh God.
If you need a minute or two, don't don't worry.
No, it's okay. We're gonna have 3 votes for option 1, 2 votes option 2, 1 vote option. 1A, 1B, and 1 vote for option 2. I'll just write it down in the chat.
I think it's better.
Minute checkers are going to be grateful for that.
Yeah, indeed. Very grateful. Okay, and here we go with the next delegate.
Okay, next delegate. France, by the Party of France.
1 vote for proposition 2.
Alternative 2, 1 vote. Great.
Next delegate, by the Party of Germany.
Pirate Party of Germany, alternative 1A, 2 votes. Next delegate.
Next delegate, by the Party of Greece.
Pirate Party of Greece, alternative 1A, 1 vote. Next delegate.
By the Party of Catalonia. Sorry, where is silent? I don't see it in the Jitsi. Okay, see.
Pirate Party of Catalonia, alternative 2, 1 vote.
Thank you. And next one, we have Pirate Party of Slovenia. No, I don't know if they are present. I don't see Jasmine in the Jitsi, so we are going to assume. Yeah, it's he's there.
Pirate Party of Slovenia, can you cast your vote in the chat, please? Alternative 1A, 1B, or 2? Or abstain? Pirate Party of Slovenia, abstain. Next delegate.
Young Pirates of Europe. One vote for Slovenia, and Young Pirates, they have 2.
Okay, Young Pirates of Europe, alternative 1A, 1 vote. Alternative 2, 1 vote.
And the last one, the pirate delegation on Brussels, the MIPS. Okay, 1 vote for is Sweden. Why didn't call Sweden? Sorry, Sweden, I didn't call you.
Because you miss it.
I missed it. Yeah. There are too many colors in the bat. Yeah, so the pirate delegation, 1 vote for alternative 1B and another one from Sweden, right?
Alternative 1B, 1 vote from Sweden.
Sorry, Sweden.
Okay. Vote is closed. No, Pirate Party also, yeah, you see, we miss. No, we have Slovenia and Slovakia, right?
No, No,
No.
Slovakia is not present.
Not present. So we have Slovenia, yes, 1 vote, but abstain. Abstain
Yes.
is abstain. No matter how many votes you have, you abstain. Yeah, sure, Jasmine. You're right. So now the final results.
Let's see on the pad. I'm going to share the pad. So thank you, Mir Checkers, for calculating the percentages already. So we have 3, 5, 6, 7 votes for alternative 1A, 4 votes for alternative 1B, 4 votes for alternative 2, and 1 abstention.
Okay, so finally, after 1 hour, we have a winner, and the motion, yes, Bastian.
I'm not sure that we have a winner because if the percentage is correct, we have no alternative which got
Pass the
more than
quorum.
50%. You need 50% if you make an approval, otherwise it makes no sense. Thank you.
Yeah, if the percentage is right, probably. Let's move to. Yes, Mikuláš, please.
If I'm not mistaken, the acceptability of each of the motions was checked in the first round, and they were all recognized acceptable. So that's why we do not require this condition anymore in the second round. Otherwise, the first round would even not make sense anymore. Now we are talking really about the most preferred option, and it would be great should we have at least some outcome of this discussion.
In both
Yes.
ways, I
But-
think alternative 1A is the winner. In both ways.
Bastian, would you like to answer?
Sorry, Mikuláš, to oppose you. We have, if you are clear, it's clear if we have alternatives, but we have no alternatives. We have yes votes, and yes, you can vote for several options. And if this rule rules, then we need 50% to decide, as minimum, to decide that the motion is passed, and then the most votes counting. First 50%, then the how many votes we have.
I saw Cedric would like to speak.
Yeah, in fact, I second Mikuláš in this point of view. It's very difficult to understand the meaning of the votes right now because it's not a complex thing, but how to say that you complexify things without a good sense of voting, because when you need to vote like that, you need to use at least a border vote showing your preferences. But when you choose to vote on alternative and each alternative is acceptable, it's the first round of the vote, you don't need to have the 50%. It's not possible to have that because yes, this is a choice of preferences, but everybody agrees that all motion is acceptable. So 1A is not my vote, but I totally agree that 1A is a winner.
Okay, does anybody else would like to speak? Mikuláš, please.
In my understanding, 1A is the winner, but we shall take into account that this was definitely not the simplest decision we had here, and that was definitely not unanimous. And what will happen in upcoming few months is that the board is supposed to provide proposal for the statute change. But at the end of the day, the statute change has to be passed by 2/3 majority. So should that happen, should that succeed, it will require a lot of effort and a lot of willingness for consensus, because obviously we dearly need consensus here. We need to talk more about the issue. So I would very kindly invite everyone to participate in the respective discussion, because there will be a working group, and everyone is supposed to come and speak loudly the opinion, because this is really crucial, so that we are agreed on the decision, and it's not just like pushed there by the voting machine.
Yes, Cedric, please.
In fact, it's very funny to see this discussion, because as far as I understand, Mikuláš and I agree that the 1A alternative is the winner. PPD cast a vote for this alternative, is against that it's the winner because not 50%, and PPF that cast a vote for the 2 alternative agrees that the 1A is a winner. So we accept the loss, for example, and PPD doesn't accept the win. It's totally a mess for a political point of view, in fact.
Okay, if I may, just to clarify what happened. So first of all, we agreed on the first round to select which one of those 3 motions are acceptable, meaning that for acceptable means that requires at least 50% of yes. And all the 3 motions passed the first round, so they are all acceptable. Now when we have to choose one of these 3, we have to choose, in my opinion, which is the most acceptable, not which is the most acceptable that pass also the 50% of the quorum. So in my humble opinion, motion 1A is approved by this council. After this, I have to second completely what Mikuláš said about participation, because as far as we can see, motion 1A does not have a lot of approval and participate. Even this council meeting is not the most the one with the most with the highest participation. I can read in the minute that there, and everyone here can notice that we have only 6 delegates voting, right? Currently voting. So also reading the motion, I see that the alternative 1A stands for Council Tasks Board to prepare proposals for change of the status. This means that the board will prepare proposals, but this doesn't mean that, of course, in the next council meeting, we shouldn't have more proposal on the table on this topic. So even if alternative 1A passes, doesn't mean that in the next council meeting we shouldn't have more than that. And I really appreciate it to have more than that in the next council meeting, because it means that we have more participation, more active members, more supporters, and more people who are thinking on a crucial problem that arises here. So before closing the vote, I would like, yes, 9 members are attending, and which is the total, Bastian? Do you know the total of the members? In my humble, yes, so almost 20. So you see, in my opinion, it's not a very high participation. So first I saw Etienne in the speaking list. Please, Etienne. I had on my speaking list Etienne, Matti.
Yes, thank you. Quick point of order, please. Can we close this vote? It's almost 1 hour we are on it. We won't have a perfect solution tonight. It's only a mandate for the board to start something, so the result will be revote again. Opinion may change in way or another during this time, so please could we close the vote? We still have one motion to vote and it's almost 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Etienne. That was what I was supposed to do. Matti?
Yes, seeing as we have run over the schedule quite a lot, I would propose that we suspend for the day and pick up tomorrow at 11. Or is it 10:30? I can't remember exactly.
Okay, I will table this motion after closing this vote. I had another on the speaking list that I forgot, that is Nicholas, right? Nikolaus, please. I think that you asked to speak. Okay. In the meantime, Exile, also you asked to speak.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yes.
You hear me well?
Yes.
That's great. So regarding this issue, I unfortunately missed Mikola's presentation in the morning due to technical problems. And we're talking here about status changement. And from the last council meeting, there is already the clear demand from the council that board should look after the statutes. So I think if somebody can remove this motion actually, we shouldn't have the need to talk about this now, because the tomorrow will have the ongoing task to look about the statutes and take care about possible solutions for the problems we have for the next council meeting. This would be my proposal for this, and I second to go for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Exile. Nikolaus?
Yes, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, barely, but please go ahead.
Perfect, okay. Sorry, my mic seems to have problems. Yeah, speaking on behalf of the delegation in Brussels, before we close the motions or postpone it to tomorrow, I just wanted to raise that we would like to bring in a motion to gather support for the nomination of Julian Assange for the Nobel Peace Prize. To get support of the council so we can go ahead with this procedure. Let me know if you want to do this today or if we should postpone to tomorrow. I just wanted to raise the issue before we close the voting for today.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas. I think that because we are literally late, we can postpone it for tomorrow. And I also would like to close this vote, considering the proposal valid and passed, proposal 1A. And I also second the proposal of Matti to just, because we are running late, to end this meeting, and because budget is a very important thing that maybe we can postpone and starting the very first time for tomorrow. But I would like to ask you just to express yourself, because if anybody is objecting this, we would proceed straight. Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. Also the Yes, of course, we have yes, we have the Greek motion table here. So we are yes, thank you. I would because actually meeting today should end actually right now. I mean, should be ended already. So well, we can. I mean, I would suggest to close the meeting right now and to postpone the two motions left, budget proposal and also Pirate Party of Greece proposal to tomorrow. Of course, if yes, yes, then yes, thank you, Zanazis. Thank you to agree with this proposal. If anybody is objecting, we will vote on it. If nobody is objecting, we will move these two motions to tomorrow. Yes, thank you, Cedrine, to point out that Tanas would like to speak. So, okay, I see nobody's objecting. So I close the meeting for today, and please be straight on the bar tomorrow morning. I'm sorry for this last proposal taking too long. It was also my fault not to close the vote before, and but I think that also participation means also to debate. I think, Map, that if you cannot hear anything, it's up to you. It's your equipment totally crappy. But of course, you cannot hear. Yes, you're right. So, thank you everybody for joining today. Thank you very, very much for all the speakers and all the silent minute takers for the great job you have done here. And see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much for wonderful sharing.